Well, good morning, everyone. We have quorum. My name is Councillor James Pasternak. I'm the chair of North York Community Council. I'll be chairing today's meeting. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I will call the meeting 26 to order. Welcome, everyone. I hope you've had a nice summer. To members of the Jewish community, a Happy New Year, Shana Tova, Hag Sameach, and I hope the days ahead and the year ahead are healthy and safe for everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. Public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on youtube.com, Toronto City /Toronto City Council live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting North York Community Council's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will be available to assist members with their devices. As part of each agenda item, I'll ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to ask staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask members to ensure they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must still submit to improve your motions by email. Staff are available at nycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we were in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we were meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit to Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item, number, and the nature of the interest. Other than a cup of coffee going up, I do not see any hands. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on June the 23rd, 2021, moved by...
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Carroll, all right. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, so we'll go through the agenda of untimed items. Start with North York NY 26.7 final report application of lifting hold provision 700, 702, 714, 716 Sheppard Avenue West. I would be happy to move the staff recommendations. Anyone else would like to hold it? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 26.8, preliminary report zoning bylaw amendment application 3280 Dufferin Street and 12 to 16 Orphus Road. Councillor Cole?
Yeah, I'd like to hold it, please.
Held. 26.9, preliminary report zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications. 124 Broadway Avenue. It is Councillor Robinson, and I do not see her on the screen. Oh, okay, she's just hopping into the meeting.
I'll hold it for her.
We might be able to see her in a couple. Councillor Robinson, can you hear us? Okay, we'll hold.
I'll hold it for her.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. 26.9 held by Councillor Cole on behalf of Councillor Robinson. 26.10 preliminary report zoning bylaw amendment plan of subdivision applications 1 to 3 Concord Gate and 10 to 12 Concord Place. We do have speakers on that item. 26.11 preliminary report official plan amendment zoning bylaw amendment and plan of subdivision application 3377 Bayview Avenue. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, I know it isn't necessary nowadays, but what I would like to do is move a motion about the extended notice, because I would like it to appear in the minutes if residents are going back to look at the preliminary report. Clerks have a copy of my motion.
Okay, great. We'll put it on the screen. There we go. Those are the boundaries for distribution.
There you go.
On item
Yes,
26.
so the boundaries for notice will be, bounded by Steeles Avenue on the north, the Hydro Corridor on the south, all the way over to Maxome Avenue to the west, which is in Councillor Billion's ward, but quite close to the development. And, I see the change has not been made. There's a typo here. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I thought that staff had given you the changed motion. It should just read that the eastern boundary is Leslie Street. That would include Bluffwood. The rail line was not properly there, so it should just be Maxome Avenue to the west and Leslie Street to the east.
Okay, we can change that right on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, okay, we're good. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Opposed? That is carried. The item is amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Robinson, good to see you. Councillor Cole held down NY 26.9 preliminary report, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications, 124 Broadway Avenue. That's currently being held. Would you like to move that? Or?
Yes. Thank you to Councillor Cole for doing that. I was actually here, but I was a participant and I couldn't speak or be heard, or be seen. Anyway, thank you for doing that. I would like to actually move staff recommendations on that, please.
Okay, staff recommendations moved on 26.9. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. (2612) Allen East District Public Arts Strategy. I'd be happy to move the staff recommendations and the report. All those, anyone like to hold it? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2613, accessible parking space, Deloraine Avenue. Councillor Cole.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations moved for 2613, accessible parking space, Deloraine Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2614, accessible parking spaces, Whitmore Avenue. Councillor Cole.
I'll move the staff recommendation for 2614.
Okay, staff recommendations moved for 2614, accessible parking spaces on Whitmore Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2615, construction staging area, 1408 to 1420 Bayview Avenue. Councillor Robinson?
Yes, could I just hold that for a little bit longer, please, Mr. Chair, for that item?
Okay, 2615 is being held. 2616, construction staging area, 146 to 150 Laird Drive. Councillor Robinson?
Again, I'd like to hold that just for a little bit longer. We're just working out a couple of things on that, a motion.
Okay. So 2616 is held. 2617, pedestrian crossing protection, Greenfield Avenue between Yonge Street and Doris Avenue. Councillor Fillion?
I'll move that, thank you.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2618, right turn on red Prohibition, Cummer Avenue and Willowdale Avenue. Councillor Fillion?
Staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on 2618. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2619, Flint Road East Side, no stopping prohibition request. That is mine. I'd be happy to move staff recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, the next item, there's been a couple of amendments since that was submitted to the clerk originally. I assume that the amendments are ready. We can put them on the screen. It was just some technical amendments. One was requested by staff and the other was sort of a street naming issue. You want to see them? So one of them is...
Mr. Chair, could I hold this one down, please? I had a quick question of staff.
Sure, that is held.
Thanks.
2621 Stanley Green Neighborhood, that we have speakers on that item, so I will hold it. 2622 pathway from Westgate into Earl Bales Ravine, naming suggestions. I would like to just mention to anyone watching on this issue that the moratorium on naming remains in place, much to my chagrin, because we have a growing number of these requests, at least in the area I represent, and I think across the city. But I'd like to defer it to our last, defer it to the last meeting of the year, and I am hopeful that we will get that moratorium lifted by then. November 23rd. So we'll try again then. No? You think I'm ambitious? A little too optimistic, Councillor Carroll? Okay. Anyway, we will try and deal with it then. Remember, we're not making a decision on it. We're just putting it in staff's hands. Designation of fire routes, an amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes. This is 2623, 171 Avondale Avenue. Councillor Fillion.
I'll move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2624, designation of fire routes, an amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes, 777 Lawrence Avenue East. Councillor Robinson.
Move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The rest of the items are timed. So,
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
it's Councillor Robinson. I can now move with motion NY 26.16, construction staging area, Laird Drive. I'd just like to make a couple of comments and move a motion that the staff have, if they could put up on the screen, please. So this is a motion that I've worked on with the community, the local association and city staff. This has grave concerns. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of feedback. Is that coming just from me, or I just hear a lot of feedback?
It's fine at this end. Are you hearing it?
Okay, I don't know.
Are you hearing it?
I can hear it,
Mr. Chair,
Councillor
the
Cole. I
feedback-
can hear it too.
Mr. Chair, the feedback actually comes from the committee room. We really need you to mute your mic because for the rest of us, there's feedback because of the multiple microphones on in your room.
Yes, no, I guilty as charged. I will be muting my mic in between my diatribes.
Okay, thank you very much. This is just a really bad precedent for pedestrians, the way this has been staged, this construction site, specific to Laird Drive. And it's actually cutting off pedestrians completely. There's not even a walkway. There's nothing for pedestrians. They're forced to cross the street. This, for me, is not acceptable. So I'm asking staff to go back to the drawing board with this motion to look at how we can prioritize pedestrian safety and try to eliminate that sidewalk closure if possible. If there's any way, we must do this. There's other sites that are very close to the site that could be used for cranes, etc. So again, we'd like them, the developer as well as staff, to revisit options for this site that's lot line to lot line and approved by the LPAT. Also just looking at any infiltration that will really be a result of this proposed impact on the road. So this is really my motion. We've had meetings about this as a group, and we've come up with this to really send this back to staff for a second sober look with these ABC items in mind.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Robinson. Are there any other speakers on this item or questions of the mover? No? All those in favor? Opposed? The item is amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Robinson, while we've got you here, did you want to do anything about Bayview Avenue, or you need some more time on that one?
I just need a bit more time on that. Thank you.
Okay. So we can go to timed item 26.1. It is refusal report, official plan bylaw amendment 12 to 24 Leith Hill Road. I do not have any deputants on that item. There is a confidential attachment, but we can go to questions for staff if there are any. It's Councillor Carroll's ward.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, perhaps I should put my motion on the table. And there may be more questions after that. I don't know.
Okay. If there's no other questions for staff, we can certainly go to speakers, and that allows Councillor Carroll to put her motion on the floor.
Okay. I think clerks have the motion if they want to put it up.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, beg your pardon?
No, the floor is yours, Councillor Carroll.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, councillors, this is an item that was deferred for further negotiation. I hope people had a chance to look at the supplementary report. It came to us as a refusal, and I deferred it in the hopes that the applicant and staff would continue to negotiate, and the supplementary report will indicate to you that they have. I'm moving the motion today to proceed with the application rather than refuse it, because there has been so much change in the application from if we go all the way back to the original application, that I fear that we place ourselves in a situation where we would end up at LPAT. And I suspect that's why that even though the supplementary report shows great progress, I think, the way, actually I shouldn't say LPAT, I think it would be OLT at this point. But I think it demonstrates the awkward situation that planning is often in. The original refusal report, we now have the change we were looking for in deferral. We're down from north of 150 units to 112 units. Some of the changes that we asked and the tightening up on the site. This is a tower renewal concept. The separation distances are there between the existing building and one now. The townhouses are stacked neatly on the west side of the site, and really the general direction that staff wanted to go in is achieved. But they've written a refusal report because if we as council refuse this, they would like to, after the long amount of time that they've worked on this, they would want to be able to appear at the OLT, and so they find themselves writing a refusal report. But as is evidenced by the fact that the community has not come to speak to this, really the changes that we were looking for, the reductions in this application have been achieved, especially as of the deferral. We're now down to 112 units and a very slim building, and the townhouses stacked so that there are room for not one but two fairly generous driveways in and out of this development. And so I'm prepared to move that we do proceed with this. And what that means is that it will return in November, because when you do that, when staff have refused and I move the motion that I'm moving here, there will be some things that staff have to work out. And so they can bring it back with the bills in November, knowing council's position. I also include in my motion the section 37 amount, which is the amount that would have been offered with this application back in the fall, but the item was referred. And so it's there so that you're clear that the community benefit that we would have hoped to achieve is in fact still a part of this application. That does not have to be negotiated as a result of this. And the purposes, in fact, that the community had, library improvements and Oriole community and center improvements will still be achieved. So with those comments, I'm prepared to move the motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there any questions for the mover or any other speakers on the item? Okay, let's put the motion back on the screen. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Any? That is carried. Item 26.2, we have two speakers on the item. This is final report, city initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application 966 Don Mills Road. Do we have John Grimley? No, we do not have John Grimley on the line. Do we have Stephen Kezizek? Mr. Keziak?
Yes.
Keziak? Oh, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Cizik, and I'm the president of the Don Mills Residents, Inc. Today, North York Community Council and our councillor, Denzelman Wong, are meeting to discuss amending the official plan and zoning bylaw for the lands at the corner of the Don West and Don Mills Road. This is the land upon which the new community center was to be built as negotiated by the DMRI, Cadillac Fairview, and the city over 10 years ago. Denzelman Wong wrote a letter to the DMRI during the last municipal election that he supported building the community center at this location. Unfortunately, this promise was at best disingenuous. During questioning under oath, city staff provided evidence that our councillor was actively negotiating to move the community center and its funds to the Celestica site long before he wrote to us saying he supported keeping it in central Don Mills. Our councillor is now trying to rezone the land and transfer the money provided by Cadillac Fairview to build the community center at the Celestica site.
Okay, you're leaving this here?
It's money which was provided by Cadillac Fairview.
Right, so, okay.
Sorry, I'm getting a ton of feedback here right now. This money, which was provided by Cadillac Fairview, was meant to compensate the immediate neighborhood for the increased density at the Shops of Don Mills site. The neighborhood got the increased density, but now is not going to get the benefits intended to compensate for this increased density. In this application, Cadillac Fairview is being given a 20-year first right of refusal on this land. We have been told by our councillor that this land will remain in city hands. If this is the case, why is there provision for a first right of refusal to a private company? The summary of the final report, city initiated plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for 966 Don Mills Road, states that these lands have been subject of proceedings at the Ontario Land Tribunal and the Superior Court of Ontario. What the summary leaves out is that these lands are currently subject of proceedings at Ontario's highest court. Beverly McLaughlin, Chief Justice of Canada, in her remarks about respecting democratic roles, states that the courts are as much a part of our democracy as parliament or legislatures. She also states that the law is the mechanism by which our society regulates itself. This is the business of politicians. But when it is when the validity and interpretation of the law is brought before the courts, that is the business of judges. The fact that the city and our councillor are proceeding to attempt to rezone this land while it is subject to litigation at Ontario's Court of Appeal is heavy-handed, undemocratic, and insulting to the residents of the neighborhood. I would ask that this be put off until any and all litigation over this piece of land is completed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for their comments. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? No questions? Okay, thank you very much. Did we get John Grimley on the line or no? No, John Grimley is not present. Questions for staff?
Sure, I've got questions of staff.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minawong.
Is our solicitor around?
Apparently she's, oh, there she is.
Are you ready?
Yes, yep, she's
Yeah, just to be clear, City Council made a decision to move forward with the rezoning about 18 months ago, 2 years ago. Is that correct?
Just about, yes.
And we went through all the consultation processes. We consulted with the community, had pop-ups, had local meetings in all the affected areas. Is that right?
I can confirm there was extensive community consultation about the notion carried out by this rezoning, yeah.
There was also an in-depth analysis that showed, in terms of serving the Don Mills community, that this option would actually be the best way in terms of providing recreational services. This would be the absolute best way to serve the Don Mills community. Is that correct?
Park staff did come forward with a report of that nature.
Yeah, and this community center where it's being proposed on the Celestica lands is in Don Mills, isn't it?
It's in the area. As a lawyer, I don't know the precise, but it's very, very close, less than a kilometer away.
Okay, very good. And the deputant made some reference to and had the deputant's organization, which he says he represents, commenced a very unusual legal action in civil court, where this would normally take place through a tribunal to try and stop the city from proceeding forward. Correct?
There was an action brought to the Superior Court, yes, involving the city in this matter.
And the justice rendered her decision over the summer. Is that right?
Yes, that's outlined in our report, and the city was successful basically on all the heads.
Every single argument that in that report put forward by the deputant's organization, every single one of those arguments was refuted and shot down by the opinion of the judge. Is that correct?
The judge sided with the city, yes, on all the issues.
On all the issues, there were about 5 strong arguments that were made that each one of them was refuted by the judge.
I don't know the precise number, but yes, that's a ballpark, yes.
And so we were actually the city was respectful of that legal action. And while we could have moved forward earlier because we had direction from council, we decided not to do that. Is that fair to say?
That's my understanding, was that the decision was made to await the decision of the Superior Court.
And now they are, they're appealing this, but the city has decided, based on that strong decision, and having been actually very, very patient and respectful of that process, we need to move forward. Is that the position that staff is taking now?
Yeah, I can't really comment on that. I mean, we can't publicly discuss the litigation strategy, but certainly the matter has been considered, and the city staff has put forward the report.
And even to the extent now that the city wants to move forward, the applicant has actually asked to delay the process in terms of presenting their pleadings. Is that correct?
Sorry, I didn't understand, Deputy Mayor.
Well, we wanted to move forward, and now the applicant the appellant is asking for more time when they filed the appeal.
There was an initial mutual agreement, and then there was a further extension of time as a courtesy to the other side in terms of the materials for the appeal. That's correct.
And we want to get this done as soon as possible because we want to build a community center. Is that fair to say?
I would agree that the city is ready to move forward.
We don't want to delay this any more than is necessary. Is that fair to say too?
Yes, the city is ready to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Any other questions for staff? Speakers?
I'll speak.
Yep, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Pasternak, Mr. Chair. I was asked to move a technical amendment, so I'll do so at this time. I think there's another report. There it is. Council adopt the staff recommendations in the report from the acting. Oh, I can't read the rest of it because it just went off my screen, but I think you all can see that. So I'll move that report. I will say that, my main motivation is to move forward and to build the largest community center in the city for Don Mills. That's what we want to do. We know from the staff report, and I'll tell you that it was referenced in the court decision, that we've provided very strong evidence that this is in the best interest of the Don Mills community. It will serve them better. We want to build 2 ice rinks. We want to build a gymnasium, meeting space, and we all want to do it on a very large piece of land. We want to move forward with this. Mr. Cizik, boy, wishes to delay that. That's fine. That's his right. We were respectful of the court process, but quite frankly, the judge issued a very strong decision and refuted most, if not all, of their arguments. Mr. Cizik wishes to delay and thwart the construction and design of this brand new community center to serve all the residents in Don Mills. I want to move forward with this community center, and that's what we're going to do. We have a council direction to do that. We've crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's in terms of the processes. A rezoning has to take place, which is before us. And I would ask you that you would approve it. This is good for the community. This is good for the city. And we've done everything we can, but the time to start imagining and thinking about what we can do in terms of building this community center and what the community wants in terms of how it's going to be designed has to begin. We've waited long enough, and it's time to build that community center and satisfy the needs of the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay. Well, I'm very impressed with your ambition for that site, and certainly I've heard that what's good for Don Mills is good for North York, so it will have my certain support. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That is carried. 26.3, final report, zoning bylaw amendment application.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. Just on a point of order, did we need to adopt the amendment first, just on a technicality? There was that technical amendment. You just took the report.
Yes.
Oh, right. I don't think they voted on the amendment.
Okay. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you for that. 26.3, final report, zoning bylaw amendment application. 3072, 3078, and 3080 Bayview Avenue and 7 Lawnview Drive. I do have speakers on the item. Tony Volpentesta, sorry for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you very much
can you hear me okay?
for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appear before you today in the capacity of planning consultant to Beth Tikva Synagogue. Firstly, I have, as the letter from Mr. Millstone acknowledges, reviewed the report from City Planning and advised that we are in agreement with the recommendations and are very grateful for the efforts of the Community Planning Department. Especially noted are those efforts of Ms. Victoria Foos. Secondly, and most importantly, I want to emphasize that institutions are the cornerstone of all communities. In this case, the report before you...
Mr. Chair, if you could interrupt the deputy. For the rest of us, we really need you to mute your microphone. We're getting that feedback again. so that we can hear the deputant? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much better on my end as well. Let me start from the second point. Secondly, and most importantly, I want to emphasize that institutions are the cornerstone of all communities. In this case, the report before you effectively acknowledges that a private school is and will continue to be a permitted use, along with a place of worship and a daycare. All three on one site with not a single square meter of new construction is being proposed. In the end, you're being asked to permit a private school and a place of worship where it is already permitted, and it allows an additional permission for a daycare with, again, no new GFA proposed. And it basically strengthens an existing long-standing community institution. So I would therefore recommend to this committee that the committee endorse and adopt the recommendations contained in the report. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. If not, I understand that there is another speaker, Mr. Bowman, on behalf of the synagogue, who will speak directly on behalf of the synagogue. I thank Community Council for your consideration of this matter. And I am hopeful that Community Council supports the future, and the health, and the vitality of the Beth Tikva Synagogue by supporting this application. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. Michael Bowman?
Good morning. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Thank
you very much, and good morning, Mr. Chair, and members of the Community Council. Shana Tova, and thank you. My name is Michael Bowman. I'm a member of the Board of Governors and the Executive Committee of Beth Tikva Synagogue, and I've been authorized to speak on behalf of the board and the synagogue this morning. As Mr. Volpentesta indicated, you should have a copy of the letter of September 10th, 2021 on Beth Tikva letterhead from the president of Beth Tikva Synagogue, Doug Millstone, which sets out Beth Tikva's support of these planning recommendations. And as set out in the letter, and I want to be clear, Beth Tikva does support the recommendations of the city's planning report dated August 23rd, 2021. And again, as did Mr. Volpentesta, we want to thank city staff and representatives of members of the local community who've participated in this zoning review. Specifically, Beth Tikva is supporting the recommendations to approve an as-of-right private school and day nursery on the site in accordance with the bylaw amendments that are set out in attachments 6 and 7 of the report. As set out in the planning report on page 12, and I think this is important, these amendments are largely technical and do not facilitate any changes to the scale or intensity of each use. A private school has historically existed and been permitted on the site. A day nursery has been there, but in a standalone building. And the application is simply seeking to legalize these uses. And as Mr. Volpentesta pointed out, there will be no new construction or development or any form of intensification on the site. And I hope everyone, all members of Community Council, appreciate the need and the desirability that these buildings should not be underutilized, but should be made available to support the needs of the community and to contribute to the financial sustainability of the synagogue. As set out in the report, in the planning report as well, there's been extensive community consultation, and Beth Tikva has engaged in efforts to reach out to the local community. The zoning bylaw proposes some conditions with respect to fencing and landscaping, all of which are acceptable to Beth Tikva Synagogue. And also as indicated in Mr. Millstone's letter, Beth Tikva has offered to participate in a formalized community liaison committee with members of the community going forward. So again, I would like to thank staff and members of the community who've participated in this review. I would ask that Community Council adopt the staff recommendations and the proposed bylaw amendments as set out in attachments 6 and 7. and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I see some hands going up. I see Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Fillion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I read this with interest because you're really just, you have these uses there non-conforming, and I read it looking for the change. There are no changes in the building. You just simply want the use to be zoned so that you sit there in conformance with the plan. That's all you're asking to do at this time?
Yep,
There's no
that's correct.
proposed.
That's correct. The uses are in fact permitted under the old bylaw, the old City of North York bylaw, and they were also continued as a use that wasn't that existed on May 9th, 2013 under the new bylaw. And unfortunately, I think there was some confusion as to whether the uses had actually continued and would have existed. So so a zoning application was made, and this zoning application has since been revised, like to actually the daycare does need to be legalized in any event because it's in a standalone building as opposed to being in the synagogue building. It's in one of the old portables of the school. And with respect to the private school, we're really just wanting to legalize it under the zoning bylaw, whereas right now it's sort of there as continuing as being in existence on May 9th, 2013. So that's the reason for doing this, and it's really to take this application to its logical conclusion. I think the advantage. Okay, so if that's helpful.
It is very helpful. So, and in the community consultation process section of the report, it talks about the community being somewhat divided. Some saw the whole facility as a benefit to the neighborhood, and some did not. Are there outstanding issues, just with the day-to-day use of the whole Beth Tikva campus?
So,
and is any of that being mitigated as a result of this application?
Yes. I hope so. I hope so. First of all, the school is vacant right now. Okay, so I think it's vacant. What had happened here historically is there was a parochial Jewish day school for many years that continued. It was the Robbins Hebrew Academy, if you remember it there. It continued for many years. It closed at the end of at the end of July 2013. So it was there May 9th, 2013, but it went out at that point. Subsequently, the synagogue rented to what was called the Royal Crown Academy, which was a high school, I think. What happened there? It was determined that because that academy was offering, one of the courses it offered was a pre-med course. And because of that pre-med course, it became considered to be a commercial school, which was not permitted. So in fact, when that was determined, Royal Academy the tenant was to make the zoning bylaw application. And that's how this whole thing started. Now, I think the problems with the community, frankly, may have been with that commercial school. I think that there were some, I got to tell you, there were kids maybe that, were smoking on the site sometimes, or maybe there were some issues with that. But actually what this bylaw amendment does is we've abandoned that commercial use. We're not seeking that commercial school use, and it won't be permitted. So that school is gone. That school left in 2019. Yeah. They're gone.
I'm familiar with that school. They've built their own building. They're not going to sneak back.
They're gone. They're gone.
Okay.
So frankly, what we're left with is we've got this vacant facility here as a school that could be used as a school, and we would like to use it as a private school as it was in the past.
Okay.
And we want to make sure, it's all legal and nicely tied up here.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you so much for all that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fillion?
Mr. Bowman, have you attended any of the community consultation meetings over the years?
Yes, I did. I actually was at the June 19th, I think, 2019 community consultation. And I think you had another one in July, but as I understand it, I don't think you wanted members of the synagogue to attend that meeting last July.
Well, I wouldn't characterize it exactly that way, but yes, so you attended the previous one.
Yes.
And based on that, do you think it's accurate to say that the main objection was kids smoking?
You know what? It was June 2019. I don't remember, but I certainly remember that there were people in the community, and I certainly understand if that was a concern about kids smoking.
I'll speak anyway.
Yeah.
So and thank you for going through the chronology. I think it's important and probably helpful to everyone, but just to see if we agree on the same sequence of events. So Royal Crown Academy, a private school, was at the location. There was complaints from members of the community, one of whom asked about questioned the legality of it. At that point, the building department determined not just that they were offering some commercial courses, but made the ruling that the private school without the commercial courses was contrary to the bylaw. And Beth Tikva subsequently applied for a rezoning because they'd been told that the use of a private school was illegal. The building department subsequently reversed that decision and determined that the private school was legal non-conforming, but Beth Tikva has proceeded with the rezoning in any event. Would that be an accurate characterization of the sequence of events?
Generally, yes, but I think what needs to be clarified here is that in 2016, after Royal Crown was there, and in 2016, the zoning bylaw notice that was issued at that time that said that the private school was not permitted was based on an error of fact. And that error of fact was that it said that the private school was not, and I'm reading from the notice, that it was not existing lawfully at the time of the passing of bylaw 569-2013. That is an incorrect fact because the private school, let me finish, because the private school was existing lawfully on May 9th, 2013. And so in the interim, you're correct that Beth Tikva had applied for a rezoning to correct it. As soon as the synagogue learned that there could have been an issue, definitely made the application to correct it. We want to be in compliance with the zoning. But once we determined that, made it clear to the zoning examiner that the synagogue, that the private school was legally existing as of May 9th, 2013. We did ask and applied for a further preliminary project review, and the zoning examiner agreed in the subsequent zoning review that was issued on August 2020, that a private school is a permitted use. So we had already, we had under the bylaw. But at that point we had already made the application. The application had already been outstanding. We amended the application to remove the request for a commercial school. We're not seeking that. We just simply wanted to legalize under the zoning bylaw, under the new zoning bylaw, 569-2013, the private school as well as the daycare. So we've continued with that, and that's why we're here. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And I think that's the same as what I said. I certainly have no dispute with that sequence of events. So just to be clear, I just sort of am trying to get all the information out here, and there'll be
Sure.
questions of staff as well.
Yeah.
But so again, just the school, the building department at first said that the private school would require a rezoning. Beth Tikva then applied for rezoning.
Yep.
The building department then said, no, we made a
Last
mistake.
question.
It doesn't require a rezoning. But Beth Tikva is proceeding with the rezoning in any event, even though it has legal nonconforming status.
Yeah.
Would that all be accurate?
No, I know staff have used the term legal nonconforming status, and that's fine. Well, I'll accept that. Quite simply, it's under the zoning bylaw. 569 allows a lawfully existing use on May 9th, 2013. So the status is under that section of the zoning bylaw. We think that that it's better, and frankly, I think it's better for the city if there is clarity, and if you want to go for the legal non-conforming use, if you want to characterize it as that, then we're into a situation where that use has to be continued and applications have to be made. So yes, we would rather have a zoning bylaw that is clear in terms of what those uses are. And frankly, I think that's also in the interests of the city, because pursuant to this zoning bylaw, you are getting the conditions of landscaping and fencing that you don't otherwise have. So I think this is good for everybody to do this and clarify it with respect to this property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Anyone else? I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that the synagogue has been there since 1964, or 58 years, approximately 58 years.
Yes, I think that's correct. That arithmetic seems to add up.
So anyone moving into the neighborhood, unless they didn't look around at all, would have noticed a place of worship on that corner, and at the time, or shortly after, an educational component to religious services. I mean, they would have seen before buying into the neighborhood.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, Mr. Chair. Absolutely.
And certainly from the report, between 1966 and 2011, a school was on site. So anyone moving into the neighborhood between 1966 to 2011 would have known very well that an educational institution was operating out of that building. It wouldn't have been a shock.
Actually, up to 2013 was the Robbins Hebrew Academy was till the end of July 2013.
Right. So the use of that site was not only for religious ceremony and observance, but it also
Right.
was a school for decades. So it was not something that was sort of dumped on existing homeowners. Anyone buying during that 50-year period, and I assume that the neighborhoods usually turn over in about 20 years, they would have known that there was a small school on that site as well as a place of worship.
I would think so, yes.
Yeah. So when it comes to the future, I guess what this does is it really merely just dots the legal I's and crosses the legal T's to make it conforming. And it seems to me someone was determined to shut it all down, and that this corrects that legal loophole.
I think that's a very fair characterization. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks again.
Thank you.
Questions for staff? Are there any other deputies? I don't have any other deputies listed on this item, but if there is someone on the line, we'd be happy to hear them. If not, we will go to questions for staff. Okay, questions for staff. Councillor Fillion.
Yes, I think the facts probably came out in the questions of Mr. Bowman, but I guess just a question of either planning or legal, whoever wants to answer it. So at this point in time, regardless of the confusion that has existed until recently about the legality of different uses. A private high school is permitted at this site on a legal non-conforming basis. Is that accurate?
Hi, Councillor Fillion. Victoria Foods here from City Planning. Through the chair, the definition of school in the bylaws does not differentiate between elementary or high school. So if a school use were to be permitted, it would permit both an elementary and high school use, subject to the Ontario curriculum being taught.
Right. So what would I'll ask this in an open-ended way, in a practical sense, what would the difference be if Beth Tikva were not to get the rezoning for the private school?
So I can attempt to answer that, and if my colleagues in legal want to join in, but if the as of right permission for a private school were not to be permitted, they would be able to continue operations through the legal non-conforming status.
Thank you. I think that's my only question.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Any other questions for staff? No? Okay. Speakers?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry if I missed it, that there was one other speaker listed from the community. Did they not show up?
No, she is not attending today. This Doris Alter.
Oh, okay. I was just checking things off on my paperwork. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
no, we got word that she's not participating today. Thank you. I was going to speak on the item, but are there any other speakers on the item?
Yeah.
Councillor Fillion?
Yes, and I have a motion. Which I believe the staff have. Yeah. So I won't read through this. I'll tell you what it means, and then I'll explain why I have moved this motion. So as we heard, the applicant has asked for permission for a childcare use and a high school use. The private high school use is currently already allowed on the site. There was initially some confusion about that, and the building department at one point said that it wasn't, at which point Beth Tikva quite logically then applied to have it made legal. Subsequently, I guess going back almost to late last year at some point, the building department determined that they had erred in the first place, that the use was legal and that a private high school could exist at the site. So what this motion does is says yes to the childcare center and essentially stays silent on the issue of the private school, which doesn't need the rezoning in order to continue. So this has been sort of going back in time here. This has been one of the most difficult applications I have dealt with in all the years. More complicated in some ways and a lot more animosity than some of the great big ones. To kind of put that in a nutshell, there were few issues when, from the neighbor's point of view, when it was the site had uses connected to the synagogue, other non-religious uses, educational uses, etc., connected to the synagogue. I don't think there were very many issues then. There are certainly no significant ones. The problem started when the synagogue rented out to other institutions, which did cause some issues with the neighbors, and those issues were not addressed. That really hit a high point with the high school private school, and where I was frankly astonished at the level of animosity from the residents, and I would say entirely related to issues from that private high school, where you had pretty much nobody accountable for the behavior of the kids after school. The school took no responsibility. Many or all of the students were from had parents living in other countries, and they weren't monitoring them. And when the residents complained to the synagogue, they really got no appropriate response. And I would say Mr. Bowman sort of characterized that response when he said that the complaint was about kids smoking. And there have been multiple meetings over the years about the problems and correspondence between the residents and the synagogue, and kids smoking would be well down the list. And that's just kind of unfortunately symptomatic of the synagogue not having somebody who dealt with these issues. Maybe they will in the future. Hopefully they will. They have indicated that they want to, and hopefully that will happen. But there is extreme community consternation about this application. The only explanation I have why nobody made deputations today is that they're too fed up to make deputations. Because they certainly have turned out in large numbers at other consultation meetings, which have been, frankly unfortunate, like the way the meetings have gone. Usually at the last one prior to the pandemic, things were much worse. Feelings were much worse at the end of the meeting than at the beginning of it. So this is a really awkward one for me. It's so I am trying to do what I think is the right thing to do here. I do think a private school at this site is a problem, a private high school. I had initially wanted to differentiate between elementary school and high school, but I'm advised by legal that you can't do that. There is no issue whatsoever with the childcare. So I'm just trying to deal with this in a pragmatic manner, I guess, which probably will not please anybody. But the synagogue no longer needs the rezoning, and it's really just kind of rubbing salt in the wounds here to proceed with it at this time. So I have worded this motion so that it doesn't refuse it per se. It just doesn't move forward with it. So that is my very admittedly imperfect solution to this problem, because I have not been able to find another one that is remotely perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phelan. Any questions for the mover?
Yes, I have a question for the mover, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I'm kind of surprised, but your motion really closes the door to, it looks like it's closing the door to ever having a private school in here, whether it was one, directly associated with Beth Tikva and its teachings, or if they wanted to lease out. It's really closing the door. it was my understanding, given that the school that was the problem, there wasn't a problem until you had one, given that they're gone and not coming back, they've actually substantially changed their program too. So I suspect they're not a problem in their new neighborhood. I'm aware of them because of their sports program. I heard the scuttlebutt was that we were going to proceed with these recommendations, but that there was going to be some sort of requirement of Beth Chikpa that they have a community liaison group, so that if they were to have any school in there, that they would be taking responsibility for before and after school hijinks, and that they would work with the community to make sure that they were a neighborhood the community could be proud of. Did any talk of that fall apart? Is there no ability to put that together?
I'm not familiar. I'm not involved in the talk of that. There have been multiple attempts over the years to establish good relations between the residents and the synagogue. In recent years, I got involved in giving advice to the synagogue on how best to do that. Unfortunately, none of my advice was taken. I would say relations are to the point where the community feels so unlistened to that there would be difficulty getting people who would be part of a community liaison committee, having done similar things several times and feeling like that they haven't been listened to, again, as typified by the problem was kids smoking. That's not what the residents were mainly complaining about.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I have a couple for the mover, unless there's someone else who wants to go. You've mentioned a couple of times, Councillor Fillion, that this was an unnecessary process, and you've historically been very supportive of staff. It's my understanding that because of complaints of some new people who moved into the neighborhood, that staff encouraged the synagogue to go through this process, spent an awful lot of time and money, lost a lot of credibility, and lost a lot of rental revenue, and now you're saying it's unnecessary. Did staff err in having the synagogue go through this process? Did they make a legal mistake?
So, Councillor Pasternak, it's really important to get all the facts correct. The complaint did not come from a new resident, and all of the complaints have not come from new residents. I had a community meeting more than a decade ago where I was astonished at the number of people who showed up and the level of disenchantment. So it's certainly not that somebody moved in, some new resident decided to complain. That's not accurate whatsoever. As far as I think it's accurate to say that we would not be here if somebody in the building department some years ago, like I don't know how many years ago, 3-4 years ago, if somebody hadn't made a mistake and said that a zoning was required, the zoning application would not have been made, and we wouldn't be here now dealing with anything other than the day nursery. So I'm sort of, my solution, as flawed as it is, I'm not, but it's the best I could think of, is to pretend we're back at that point in time where it's been established that it's legal, which it has, and it just continues without a need for a rezoning.
Would you not agree that after 58 years as a local synagogue and 47 years of having a school on site, that this establishment predates most of the residents living in the area now?
Well, the synagogue would predate, yes. The problems with the school uses on the non-synagogue related school uses on the site are recent and would certainly not predate the people who are living there now.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. I'll cover the rest when it's time to speak. Any other questions for the mover? No? Okay, we can go to...
Put me down to speak, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Councillor Carroll to speak. Anybody else? Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Well, Mr. Chair, this is awkward, and I appreciate how awkward it is for the local councillor. I don't usually like to go against the wishes of a council councillor, but part of the community of Beth Tikva is on my side of Bayview, and given what I've heard about the community reaction, I'm going to put the staff recommendations on the table. I'm going to move the staff recommendations, and I want to just briefly tell you why. I'm concerned now. There's no school here now. There was sounds like a difficult tenant there, although they must have learned that they have to clean up their act because they have quite a different situation around their new school where they built their building. So they probably found they had to be good neighbors in any community they wish to put the royal crown in. But for the future of what is, a designed sort of school facility at the back of the synagogue, should they want to use it, I understand now, having gone through what they've gone through with the community, why they want it properly in the zoning. And I would say that if in communities we can't place schools, whether public or private, if we can't place them on the main avenue, Bayview Avenue, then where do we place them? In a city that's now 3 million people and in another 10, 15 years, maybe 4 million people, where do you put schools? Where do you put places of worship? We're already on the books in the city of Toronto as saying where we don't want places of worship and schools are in employment zones. Somehow they have to be in the shoulder of neighborhoods, and somehow the people whose houses are closest to them have to come to grips with, you bought the house closest to the school, but the schools need to be in the neighborhoods. And so there's a bit of a disconnect here. So in moving the staff recommendations, this is very quickly, I've just emailed something to staff. What I would like to add is that staff recommend to Beth Tikva that they establish an ongoing community liaison group as part of their governance. Any synagogue has a robust governance, and it needs to include a community liaison, because I suspect that some of the problems and some of the tensions have less to do with the school now that it's been gone, as long as it's been gone, and more to do with any large facility that sits on the edge of a neighborhood. Right across the street from this is a church and a giant catering hall that we deal with on our side of Bayview. And it's challenging to have it on the edge of not just Bayview, but behind it, Banbury. It's challenging. And so they have to be ready to work with the community. If they should rent out the Grand Lux to the wrong party holder or wedding and things get out of hand in the parking lot, they have some fences to mend when that event is over. And so it needs to be a part of the ongoing relationship that the synagogue has with the neighborhood around it. But having heard what transpired as a result, whether it was mistakes or whatever, I appreciate why they don't want to just leave it as, yeah, we can have a school legal non-conforming. They want to be zoned and not have to have this fight again, other than to actually do construction. If they were raising the building and building a new one, they'd have to go through a full application. But I understand now why they want to be really clear about a school being allowed to be there as of right. But I think as a result of this exercise, they've also got to understand that as of right, you have to expect that if you're the large facility on the edge of the neighborhood, that's a good place to be, but it carries with it the responsibility of getting along with the neighborhood. And I think if we move the staff recommendations, plus that recommendation that the council asks that staff recommend to Beth Tikva that they have a community liaison organization embedded in their governance, that I think that might help them going forward with any issues that arise when you have these types of things. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Anyone else to speak? I will speak. I will also be supporting staff recommendations, and I urge you not to support Councillor Fillion's motion. This is a place of worship that, by my calculation, has been there for 58 years, and of those, also by my calculation, 47 years, a school of one form or another has been on that site. And it's well known that places of worship often have some kind of schooling component to it. I have multiple faiths in the area I represent, as we all do. And it's normal to see some kind of an educational piece, school piece, attached to a place of worship. This synagogue, Beth Tikva, would have preferred not to go through this process. This has been very lengthy and very expensive. It has cost them revenue from a rental point of view. It has cost them out of pocket for numerous studies listed in this report, which were very expensive. They didn't need the headache. They were forced into this corner for clarity because of objections by the neighborhood. And it's my assumption in reading the report, the urging of staff to say now that it was not necessary is really, I mean, they must be shocked when they're hearing this. But this creates clarity for them. They can go ahead and they can have an educational component to this building. And I would say, I would agree that it's when you're embedded in a neighborhood, you have to be good neighbors. And there has to be an understanding that people who own their homes, who live in a neighborhood, their quiet enjoyment of their property must be respected as well. I can tell you that it just seemed like yesterday that I was on the Toronto District School Board, and we received all kinds of complaints from neighbors who bought into a neighborhood with a school right across the street and were complaining about the behavior of the students after school hours. Well, we weren't going to shut the school down. We were going to work with the principal and work. I mean, my solution to all of that was after school programming, and we did the best we could. But look, as a father of four, I can tell you, kids are kids, and when you're cooped up all day in a building. And you're let out, sometimes the behavior is suspect. So I believe the community liaison piece is important. I think the synagogue understands that they have a responsibility to respect the local neighborhood, and I have no doubt that they will. Final point I would make is it's important to realize that council has recognized through our social capital program that faith communities play a crucial role in keeping our city livable and safe. They're the ones who do Out of the Cold. They're the ones who do the food banks. We worked with them on toy drives and food distribution around the holiday season. They are the ones who really fill that crucial gap that government cannot fill. And our faith institutions should be given the opportunity to thrive. And Beth Tikva has a remarkable history for being an important place, playing an important role in the local community and in the wider Jewish community, and outside of the Jewish community, in playing that important role in helping people and making sure that people are safe and those who are marginalized get the support they need, either from their clergy or from various social services offered by this religious institution. So I would once again urge you to not support Councillor Fillion's motion. I'll be supporting the staff recommendations. I understand Councillor Carroll has moved them, and if there's no other speakers, then we can go to a vote. Thank you. No, I don't think there's anyone else to speak. So we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, the motion is on the screen. I guess I'm going to have to see everyone. There we go. All those in favor? Yeah, that was Councillor Fillion's motion. All those in favor? Councillor Fillion. All those opposed? That is defeated. Councillor Carroll is moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Oh, there is one amendment. Sorry, it's going on the screen now. The Community Liaison Committee. Okay, fair enough. We'll vote on that. All those in favor of the Community Liaison Committee? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And thank you to the deputants for coming. Item 26.4, final report zoning bylaw amendment application 241 to 243 Finch Avenue East. We do have deputants on this item. Is Thomas DeCunavec on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to thank the council members for the opportunity to address you. I'd also like to thank Celeste at North York City Council for providing me the login credentials this morning and for all her help in navigating this whole process. My name is Thomas Jukanovic. I am the co-owner of 245 Finch Avenue East beside this property, a single detached home, along with my mother, Leonida Jukanovic. I've lived here for 52 years. My mother and my father bought this house in 1962. My mother has lived here for nearly 60 years when Finch was a 2-lane road with dirt gutters. I like to say that my family has a protected and fundamental right to privacy and peaceful enjoyment of our home and property as outlined in my detailed written comments. That will be trampled on if you approve this zoning request. 8 units staring into our bedrooms, bathrooms, and kitchen windows and dining room is intrusive and not acceptable. The application is not even in compliance with the Finch secondary plan, which states it requires developers to undertake redevelopment in recognition of the rights of adjoining property owners. This proposal certainly does not recognize or respect my family's rights. In fact, it is punitive and harmful to my family and our quality of life. The secondary plan also encourages redevelopment that is compatible with surrounding residential areas. It is not compatible with our property, nor is it compatible with other townhouse communities, for instance, directly west of 241, Royal Gardens, which was built on 7 previous properties, or across the road, North 88, that was built on 9 previous properties. The secondary plan also encourages windows that face onto the street, that street being Finch. They do not. They face my bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchen, and other private windows. As well, there is absolutely no precedent for constructing an 8-townhome monolithic block on just 2 narrow properties anywhere along Finch East between Willowdale and Bayview. The applicant has been a terrible neighbor. They have introduced criminal elements with their tenants. They have broken numerous bylaws.
Excuse me, let's go easy on unsubstantiated accusations in public.
Okay. I do have substantiation, though, and I would like to direct you to my detailed email with a link to one of the tenants that this developer put in place beside me, a psychic who was arrested by the Durham Regional Police for defrauding a 70-year-old man out of $700,000. If you just click on the link, you can watch the news media report by CTV News. So the applicant has been a very challenging neighbor, let's say, and has produced a lot of fear and anxiety for my family and our ability to enjoy our property that we have had here for 60 years. So I'd like to encourage you to put yourselves in our shoes, to please read my written remarks and reflect on them and say no to this application that will be further harm to our privacy and comfort and enjoyment of our own property that we have been living in for 60 years. I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No, I don't see any. Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. Chris Pierre?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, actually, you should have gone first. You're the applicant?
I am.
Okay. All right. Okay, what's done is done. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Chris Pereira. I'm the principal of Bahar Planning Design Limited. We are the planning and design consultants for the owner. The application before you today at 241 through to 243 Finch East in North York seeks to construct 8 three-story townhouse units that's contained within one block oriented perpendicular towards Finch Avenue East. The building will have a total of 16 residential parking spaces and 1 visitor space. This is set out in detail in the staff report. The total gross floor area of the proposal is about 1,340 square meters, resulting in about 1.0 FSI as per the secondary plan. So the original proposal from 2018 actually contemplated 9 townhouse units contained within 2 blocks. Those 2 blocks were actually oriented parallel to Finch. Upon receiving comments from staff, we revised the application to 8 townhouse units and reoriented the townhouse blocks to be perpendicular to Finch. The proposal now matches the townhouse blocks to the west and will produce a rear-to-rear condition with the existing townhouses as per staff's request. The final concept before council today is the result of over 2 years of coordination and cooperation with staff, and we are hopeful that this can continue to move forward. In summary, we have conformed with the Finch secondary plan and maintained the 35-degree angular plane, a proposed FSI of 1 and 10-meter height under zoning bylaw 7652, that's the North York bylaw. As such, an official plan amendment is not required. In my opinion, the proposal is an appropriate form of intensification along the Finch corridor as per the Finch secondary plan. I have read the report prepared by staff, and I am in complete agreement with the recommendations therein. And I'm here to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? I must admit, I don't see everyone on the screen. I see 4 or 5 images of Councillor Fillion, though. Maybe he's eligible to ask 5 sets of questions. That'd be 25 minutes. Anyone else? No? Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Questions for staff?
I have some questions, mostly for clarification of the points raised by Mr. Jugadovich. Excuse me. Does this proposal conform to the Finch secondary plan?
Councillor, we believe it does, and we detail the reasons for that in the staff report.
So the deputant raised the issue of compatibility with the surrounding community. Would I be correct that I'm asking you these questions rather than just stating what I think are the answers myself, just so that they come from staff. Would it be correct that terminology in the plan is intended to calls for compatibility with properties outside of the plan rather than those within it, or does it deal with both?
I think it deals primarily with lots outside of it. It talks about a rear angular plane, 35 degrees, and rear yard setbacks, which this proposal meets. But we do try and think about the relationships as things get built. So there's a 6-meter setback from the deputant's property, along with landscaping and fencing, to try and mitigate the impacts there as well.
Is there a precedent for similar sized sites with 8 townhouses facing in this direction?
I believe there are, Councillor.
And the one concern that, and I've spent quite a bit of time with the planner on the file because I'm not crazy about the way the site is oriented. But the issue of the windows facing onto the neighbors' windows, I guess. I can't picture the site exactly. Would those be the living room windows, the front doors? What exactly would be facing the Mr. Juganovich's property?
On the townhouse side, those would be the entrances to the buildings. So presumably, yes, also living rooms and that sort of thing. We were looking for a rear yard to rear yard relationship to the townhouse development on the other side, which is the reason they're oriented in that direction.
Okay, thank you. I'll speak whenever, if there's no more questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Filling. I just have a couple of questions, unless there's someone else. So, just very quickly, it strikes me as a fairly modest proposal. Could a mid-rise have been built on this lot, or that's really out of the question?
I think the site would be too small for a mid-rise, Councillor. This is the type of development the Central Finch secondary plan would be expecting. There's a maximum height of 10 meters within the secondary plan.
Okay. Now, the first deputant, as Councillor Fillion mentioned, was concerned about privacy. The houses that I guess are to the rear of this proposal, are they 2-story or 3-story or a mix?
To the rear, my recollection is failing me. They're 1 and 2 stories, but with respect to those relationships, there's a 9.5 meter setback along with compliance with a 35-degree angular plane rather than the normal 45 that we apply in many areas of the city.
So it's the view of planning that privacy will be secured through this application.
We believe so.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? If not, we can go to speakers.
Yes, so this is one of those situations where it's unfortunate, but the secondary plan really does not adequately protect other properties that are within the secondary plan, but that isn't the purpose of it. This plan is almost 30 years old now. I think it was the first thing I dealt with when after I got elected to North York Community Council, and I remember doing consultation literally block by block. That's how many consultation meetings there were 30 years ago to explain the plan to everybody living along Finch and those with properties at the rear. There was the main opposition to what I was trying to do at the time was from the land speculators who wanted, a lot more density, and the plan has held up to this point, 30 years later, even though it doesn't provide for large-scale development. So when you get something that complies with the plan, that's a good thing, and it helps solidify the plan. It basically protects the neighborhood by having something built in conformity to the plan at very low densities and with a whole lot of protections built in. In this case, it doesn't. I'm not crazy about how the site is oriented, but planning staff don't have a problem with it. In fact, they sort of wanted it that way. So when you have something that complies with the plan, in this case, especially at very low densities, you really need to approve it. So I'll be moving the staff recommendations to Mr. Juganovich. I'll say, please contact my office about being involved in the site plan, because that has not been approved yet, and there may be something in there that could improve your privacy as far as any concerns about people looking into bedroom windows or that kind of thing. So thank you. So I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fillon, anyone else to speak? Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. (26.5) Final report, City Initiated Plan Amendment 20 Castlefield Avenue, 565 Duplex Avenue, 567 Duplex Avenue. I don't have any deputants listed on this item. It's Councillor Cole. Are there any questions for staff?
Yes, I have a question of staff.
Councillor Cole, question?
Is there a requirement for a sign to be put up, which is going to basically indicate the plan here of turning the parking lot into Joni Mitchell Park? Is that possible? Put up a sign?
Through you to the chair, there is not a requirement to put a sign up on the property. That is something we could speak to Parks, Forestry, and Recreation staff on.
But the fact that you're changing the use from a parking lot, this is a result of the Midtown and Focus secondary plan, I guess. Isn't there a requirement to relate to that change under the plan to open space?
There is a development application at 2500 Yonge Street, which has a development application sign on it. This property does not have a sign on it.
But wouldn't it not be helpful to have a sign informing the public of the designation?
Councillor Cole, could we take the sign debate offline? I don't know if it's really pertinent to what we're deciding on today.
Well, it is pertinent, sorry, because nobody knows what's going on there because they haven't indicated the community.
Okay, staff, could we just wrap up the sign debate, and can there be a commitment to discuss it offline or put a sign up or?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll talk to Councillor Cole about getting a sign on the property.
Right.
There'll be a future consultation. We're at the beginning of the planning process on this application. This is to redesignate it in the official plan as per the Yonge-Eglinton secondary plan. It's implementing that document. And we will ensure through the consultation process that there's signage and a graphic if we get to a proposed park design on the site.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the question.
No, no, it's quite all right. It's very exciting that we're greening a parking lot and putting up some trees for Joni. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Cole, are you going to move the staff recommendations?
Yes, I will move the staff rec. Gladly, as you know, just make a few comments. The original, this is the old Capitol Theatre site, whereby there was the Capitol Theatre, and it was purchased and planned for redevelopment. And the original plan was for a development to go, I think it was 26 stories, and it was going to go from Yonge all the way to Duplex. It was going to be a massive development. And as Councillor Robinson knows, we are exploding with development applications. There isn't going to be a blade of grass left or even a stone left in the Yonge-Eglinton area as the way we're going. But this is a good news story, and that's why I'm speaking to it. Then there was a legal mediation process that took place, et cetera, et cetera. Anyways, the bottom line is the city was able to reacquire the parking lot and the Green Pea parking lot, and instead of the development being a massive one away to Duplex with so many units, etc., we were able to basically develop a new proposal on only half the original proposal, and we got the parking lot back. And so in the Yonge-Eglinton secondary plan, this area is designated as an open space park. So it's just reverting to that Yonge-Eglinton secondary plan of changing this Green Pea parking lot at Castlefield and Yonge into a park. Therefore, it's good news for the community that Councillor Robinson will be jumping up and down, that we're actually getting some green space for a change here in the middle of the concrete jungle up there. And the other thing is that there was a letter from the Uptown Yonge BIA worry about losing parking spaces. But I know we had the parking authority do a survey of the 3 existing parking lots in that area. They're on Councillor Robinson's side, Councillor Matlow, myself. Essentially, this parking lot's losing money. They've been losing money for years. And then the other 2 parking lots are below capacity, oddly enough. And on top of it, Green Pea is going to look for, Toronto Parking Authority is going to look for more off-street parking availability, and we may include some public parking on the edge of this proposed park too, to make up for any loss. But I think it's never easy losing parking. But on the other hand, the number one need in this community is green open space and a place for people to breathe some oxygen. And so that's why the community is very excited about this proposed new designation. And I support the motion, staff report, seconded by Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cole. Unless there are other speakers.
If I could just speak?
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
Please. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief, Mr. Chair. I just want to say this is really beyond exciting for the Midtown area. So desperately are we in need of green space for people as well as their pets. And not that this is going to be a dog park, because it's not going to be a dog park, but just a great area to get out, exercise, encounter green space and trees, that type of green infrastructure we desperately need, as I said, in this area. So I just want to applaud everyone's efforts and applaud this initiative. I'd love to see more of this, but this is extremely exciting. The whole city should be celebrating, quite frankly, because Midtown is kind of the heart of the city. And to secure this as green space is really a massive win. I want to thank Councillor Cole for his steadfast leadership on this. Quite frankly, he stayed the course and pushed this forward. So kudos to him. And we're all looking forward to you singing at the opening ceremony, cutting the ribbon, and singing with Joni Mitchell. So this is
Big yellow
this is
taxi,
great news.
and Councillor Fillion's going to be there too.
All right. Okay, we'll have a choir.
Harmonized, Mike.
You better start. You better start rehearsing now, you two. If you're going to harmonize,
All right.
start immediately with the rehearsals.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll do choir practice another time. But councillors, I would love to come to the opening of that park. It sounds fantastic. So staff recommendations, I believe, are being moved by Councillor Cole. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Move on to 26.6, final report, rental housing demolition application exemption from City of York beautification bylaw. We do have a speaker on the item. Is Caitlin Allen from Boosfields on the line?
Good morning. Yes, Caitlin.
Caitlin, okay, thank you very much. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Great. I'm going to keep this very short. My name is Caitlin Allen, the planning consultant from Bousfields, and I'm acting on behalf of Clifton Blake, who's the owner of the lands. I'm here to speak in support of the recommendations set out in the staff report. The recommendations ultimately help to facilitate the development of a new 9-story building along Eglinton Avenue West, which is going to include 194 purpose-built rental dwelling units and 4 upgrade retail units. Specifically, the report today sets out the conditions for the demolition of the existing building on the site in order to facilitate the development. And it includes conditions setting out the on-site replacement for the existing 10 rental dwelling units. So just as a bit of background, the project's already received approval from the Committee of Adjustment for the necessary minor variances, and is also subject to an ongoing site plan control application. I would like to thank city staff for their work on this file and wanted to be present on behalf of the owners to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
Yes, I have a question for the deputant.
Okay, Councillor Cole.
Thank you for the presentation. Just wondering, speaking on behalf of your clients, will your clients agree to put up signage that indicates what the proposal is calling for, briefly describing the development?
Because it's only a site plan application, a development application sign isn't required to be posted on the property. So to date, one has not yet been installed as it is because it was not a zoning application. I suppose that there could be the opportunity to include details of the proposal on the construction hoarding once that goes up. So that's certainly something that I could speak in detail about with the client.
So you're not putting up any kind of signage indicating what's going on here?
So for the minor variance application, which went to the Committee of Adjustment in July, a sign was required to be installed on the property for that minor variance application. So that did go up in accordance with the committee's requirements. Although then it's meant to be removed, so I think it is not. Yeah.
would your client agree to put up a building permit sign?
Absolutely. For the building permit, that will need to be installed on site and be visible once that work is underway.
Because most of the other developments on Eglinton are refusing to put up building permits signs. And I don't know how they get away with it, but I hope that you will be different from the other developers on Eglinton and put up your building permit.
I agree that the building permit for the work that will be undertaken, once those are issued, should be posted and visible, and that's in accordance with the Toronto buildings requirements, so the building permits will be posted. I did just confirm as well with my client that the minor variance sign is also still posted on the site.
Did you have any citizens attend the minor variance hearing at Committee of Adjustment? Any residents?
There were no residents in attendance at the Committee of Adjustment. However, notice was circulated by the city to the neighbors in the area. And there was the signage on the site.
Were there any local residents that made deputations?
Based on my recollection, no, there were no other deputations at the Committee of Adjustment hearing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for the deputant? I don't see any. Questions for staff?
I have a question, staff.
Okay, Councillor Cole.
I don't know whether it's the building department or planning department. Again, my questions to the applicant were not so much even on this application, but there seems to be a pattern developing whereby development applications and development projects are going up with no building permit signage and no signage whatsoever about what they are building on the site. So I'll give you two examples. And if you could comment on that, there's the purpose-built rental in Fairbank and Eglinton. I think it's an 8-story purpose-built rental. Then there's the Kentucky Fried Chicken site, Eglinton and Sanderstead. Again, 8-story building, whatever. No signage whatsoever, no building permit. How is this possible that these things go on?
Through the chair, I'll start with the planning application piece, and then building staff can speak to the posting of the sign for the building permits in the area. This is an application that includes Committee of Adjustment application and site plan. The Committee of Adjustment, as the applicant has indicated, there was a posting for the Committee of Adjustment hearing on site, and it's still on the site. A site plan application does not require a sign notification similar to what you would see for a rezoning application with a 3D graphic of the proposal. It probably would be a good courtesy to the community for the applicant to put up a developer sign, some kind of rendering of what's proposed on site, and we can certainly talk to them about that.
Okay, so essentially it's not required. So even though this is a significant development, there's no requirement for any rendering at all of what's going on the site.
The Committee of Adjustment posting does not have a 3D rendering associated with it. It is a text notification, and site plan does not require a sign posting on the property.
And I guess, Al, you're familiar with the proposed development at the Playfair Avenue. They're building a new high school there. Again, they went through that Committee of Adjustment process too. And the community, again, complained to my office that they had no indication that this was at Committee of Adjustment. They had no indication of what they still believe there's townhouses and condos being built there, because the sign for the Committee of Adjustment is on the school door about 50 meters from the sidewalk that nobody saw. So how is the community ever to feel that they are included in these applications that go committee of adjustment when there's no real visible signage, there's no renderings. And so they could build an 8-story building, they could build a new high school, and they don't have to post anything indicating that.
In that particular instance, the Catholic School Board did post the notice for the Committee of Adjustment hearing on the building, which is typical. Normally, it's not a freestanding sign. So I understand that there could be some concerns about the distance from the sidewalk for that notification. An image, I've often seen school board put up an image of what they're proposing in terms of either a demolition and replacement or a renovation of the school. Again, they have a site plan application associated with that application. It's not a requirement for a site plan application.
The next question I have is this building here, the purpose-built rental here, they again went through committee of adjustment. So the public asked, how come there wasn't a full-blown community meeting on this application? Why did it go to the committee of adjustment where nobody spoke?
Okay, I'll let Adam speak to the consultation, the tenant notification associated with the rental replacement.
So, hello, my name is Adam Betty, and through the chair, I can speak to the rental housing demolition application. So for the purposes of the rental housing demolition application, we engaged the existing tenants of the building. We had 2 tenant meetings, one to explain to them the development application, what their rights were, and a second to follow up with an appropriate tenant relocation, a compensation package to determine whether the tenants were satisfied. And based on the meeting, the tenants were satisfied. So, yeah.
Councillor Cole, is that sufficient?
No, but I'll speak to it.
Okay. Your questions are over, right?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay. Anyone else? Questions for staff? No? Okay. Speakers, Councillor Cole?
Yes. Again, I think the rental demolition report, rental replacement report is not really an issue directly here, but it really points to my only opportunity as a councillor to speak to this development application. You know, it's a 9-story residential building on a main street. And what happens is because there was an area plan, secondary plan done before, a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, these applications then come in and they go to committee of adjustment. And therefore the public says, why isn't there a community meeting? Why are there no signage? Why is there no indication of what's being built there? Like nobody in the Dufferin Eglinton area knows that this is going up. They have no idea that what's being built here. And I just feel I guess we're going to have to take this up, maybe the council as a whole, but you know, the way we communicate with the public is pretty poor in letting them know what's going on in their community. That's why people get upset and irritated, because they say you're building this 9-story building here and we didn't know about it. And on top of that, we've had the same thing happen up the street on Dufferin, where they're building a new high school, a very contentious piece of property, the old Columbus Center site. Again, it went here building a school, going to have big impact on the community. And again, there's no community consultation. There's no signage. There's no community meeting. So they're going to build this school, and everybody thinks it's going to be a townhouse development with the school. And I have to go around trying to tell everybody, no, it's not townhouses. It's a school. So I think we're going to have to do something with our processes here in being transparent with people and requiring applicants to put up renderings of what they're building. And this process of just going to committee of adjustment for these approvals, I think is very flawed. There's no way that a 9-story building in a very intense area should not be open to a public consultation with a specific community meeting to inform the public and get public input. And this is a repeated process that's happening. And then on top of it, again, these builders, these developers are refusing to put up building application signs. They don't put up their permit signs, never mind renderings. And I've reported to building, I reported it through my staff months ago, and they still refuse to put up their building permits. There's no building permits on the site. This is really unacceptable, what's happening in the city. It seems that the developers, once they get these approvals, they just do whatever they want, never mind the blocking sidewalks or the construction debris and the state of affairs. So we just have to have some kind of process in place whereby the public is informed and that there's signage. And I know the chairman didn't like my questions about signage, but it's very important to have signs on development projects on city streets. We must inform the public, especially now with these days of COVID. It's hard you can't have public meetings. So we need to get the developers to put up the signs, and for God's sake, at least put up the building permit. That they're doing. So, if it was a homeowner that didn't have a building permit in front of their house, everybody be up in arms. Developers put up 9-story buildings, no building permits, signage. So I'm gonna have to deal with that at the Toronto City Council, but I will reluctantly approve this rental housing demolition and conversion report here pursuant to the City of Toronto's municipal code.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. I'm sure there are days where you wish you were back at Queen's Park and the province.
Oh, never.
Oh. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay. Councillor Cole has moved the staff recommendations in 26.6, final report, rental housing demolition application and exemption from City of York beautification bylaw. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'm looking at the clock here. Are there a couple of quick releases? Councillor Cole, you held 26.8 preliminary report zoning bylaw amendment application for 3280 Dufferin Street and 12 to 16 Orifice. Are you prepared to move the staff recommendations on that now?
No, I'm not. I'm holding it.
Okay. 26. 2610. Well, let me go to a timed item. 2625. We have speakers. Inclusion on the city's Toronto Heritage Register, 22 Lytton Boulevard. Chai Hong.
Good morning. Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Councilor. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd just like to say we purchased this property with intentions to rebuild it for my family. But now we were plagued with many financial problems with the first contractor and COVID, obviously. So now that we're ready to move ahead, we submitted our drawings, and now we have this heritage proposal. I've read through the history of it. I mean, I respect the history the property has, but I feel like past and present is just as important. I'm not sure what's the options for me at this point. I just want to state that, we're kind of, I'm just stuck. I don't know what to do.
Oh, was that, are you done?
Sorry. Yeah, I guess so, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant?
Yes, I have a question for the deputant.
Yeah, Councillor Cole.
Thank you for your attendance. And so you are the owner of the property at 23 Lytton Boulevard?
22, yes, correct.
Okay, so your family are the owners of it, right?
Yes.
And when did you purchase it?
2017, I believe. But the height of the real estate boom, I guess.
Well, I think it's still high, still booming. But anyways, so what are your intentions? What were your intentions to do with the property, 23 Lytton?
I just want to rebuild it and move in with my family and my parents.
So your intentions of demolishing it?
Yes, because we need a bigger. But I mean, with this heritage thing, I'm not sure how it works, but we can respect it very much and build it however they should contribute to the community as well. We're not against that. We just need a bigger home.
Well, how many bedrooms is it now?
I believe it's 5, but it's an old home, and it's just it's moldy in there. It's we were doing Airbnb, but then after COVID came in, that had to stop obviously, and the condition of the house is very bad.
Okay, and so were you in attendance at the Toronto Heritage Board when they discussed the designating this property?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't.
Did you participate in the heritage designation hearing?
No, not at all.
So you weren't aware of the hearing?
No.
Okay, I'll have to ask.
I got an email. I think there's a hearing coming up September 30th.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try and clarify that. I'll try and clarify that with staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole and Mr. Hong. Unless there are any other questions for the deputant. No. Is Marin Zabzuni on the line?
Speaking.
Oh,
yes, speaking.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, so my name is Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway. Representing a photo studio who are actually designing the home for Mr. Hong. There's a lot of background noise, so I hope you can hear me.
Chair, if you wouldn't mind muting your mic, we're getting the feedback again. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you for the reminder, Councillor Cole. My mic was off. Thank you.
Okay, so just to reiterate what the homeowner said, essentially, they bought this lot in 2017. We've been working very closely with the homeowners to design their home for a new traditional home and dwelling. They need more space for their family's needs. And we're looking to do something. We definitely need more space. We even applied for committee of adjustment already. So we checked before starting the project if this was a heritage designation. And at the time it was not. We got an email very recently, actually a few weeks ago, just about this. This is the first hearing that we were notified of. So I don't believe there has been a designation hearing yet. And we've spoken to a few heritage planners too. They said this process is very new, only a few months old, so that the city introduced. So, we're all new to this process, but essentially I'm here to represent the homeowners to say they need more space. We're designing a traditional home that has more symmetry as well, compared to the existing home, which is very asymmetrical. It's a traditional house we're doing, and this is kind of where we're coming from to represent. We're dealing with committee of adjustment, waiting for the hearing date, and we would love to go forward with a home that fits the area that is very common for the neighborhood, what they've been building, and that's where we're standing at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No, I don't see any. All right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Zabzuni. Questions for staff?
Please, I have, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for staff. Is it possible to put a picture of this house up on the screen while we're having those questions? I know there's one attached to the report. Well, while you're doing that, I'll ask my question to
Yeah, we're
save
working
time.
on it.
Okay. So while you're doing that, I'll ask my question of staff. In terms of the process, the steps being new, the heritage hearing comes after this meeting. Can you tell us if this is included on the register, does that tie thank you very much. Are the residents' hands tied on the inside of the house if this is included on the register? Would they have to work with heritage staff if they wanted to do open plan or do anything to the inside of the house to increase the living space?
Good morning, Chair. It's Tamara Anson-Cartwright, Program Manager in Heritage Policy and Research. The heritage protection as proposed, the listing, is recommending only the exterior and not even to the rear. So the property owner could in fact do renovations on the interior.
Right, and I can't remember if I read in the report, what's the square footage of this house on the inside?
I don't have that information specifically.
But given that what it looks like what we have here is basically a large center hall plan, it's an amazing sample of the area. But Lytton Boulevard is where the houses did get larger in center hall as opposed to side staircase. So it's a substantial square footage on the inside. Am I right in thinking that?
Yes, I would say that you're correct.
And are there additions to the house? From the picture we can see sort of a red brick side wall, but then it continues on after that. So from the original house that would have been 2-2 and the upstairs 2 rooms on either side of the hall, it looks like there's an addition on the back. Would that have been added at some time later? Is that part of the original structure?
It did evolve over time. Yes, it's a large center hall, and the lot is quite deep itself, not only just with respect to the building itself as additions, but the lot is quite deep and could accommodate in the rear additions.
Okay, fantastic. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff?
Councillor Cole?
Councillor Cole?
Yes. So my understanding, there was a hearing, wasn't there, last week for 22 Lytton Boulevard?
Through the chair, yes. The Toronto Preservation Board considered this matter and has brought their recommendation. That meeting took place on September the 1st. Notification was given to the owner to the address as well as to the agent because we knew that they weren't living at the house itself. So all the proper notifications was delivered.
Did you get any response from the agent or the owners about the hearing at the Toronto Preservation Board?
No, I conferred with Mary McDonald and Ann Fisher, program manager who's acting for the North area that would deal with the Committee of Adjustment, commenting on that application that's currently submitted as of August the 8th. We did not hear from any of them. Of course, we would be welcome to chat with them between now and the next matters before going to council.
Now, how did the Committee of Adjustment come into play here?
The matter is still being reviewed, the submission. It was only August the 8th that was submitted.
So it was, an application was made by the owner to the Committee of Adjustment?
Yes, as stated in the beginning of the report on the first page.
And where is it at with the Committee of Adjustment?
It's under, as I understand, it's under staff review, but I defer to others in Committee of Adjustment that might be able to comment.
Okay, and was the application for demolition and building of a new home?
That is correct.
And what's the lot size?
Sorry, I don't have the specifics of that detail for my report. I can follow up and try and get that information if needed.
Okay, and what is the historical importance of this home on Lytton Boulevard?
I think with the most important thing for us is this has been identified by the community for some time, as well as it's one of the earliest houses relating to Lytton Park area. And it's also, I think, in the context that there are other original houses that are not changed on this street. So contextually as well, it's a high integrity.
Yeah, so it's basic, I think, built in 1913, right?
I'm just looking at the date, Councillor. I think so. Let me just check. I think, yes, 1913. Thank you.
Yeah, and so and the house is also sort of a typical of some of the other, traditional Toronto homes that were built in Lytton Park, right?
Yes, this was, through the chair, this was one of the first houses constructed in the Alexandra Gardens subdivision. I think that it's also, what I think is important for us to understand is it's part of the first wave of this. There's also, we list in our report, historical associations of people that lived at the place, the house, but really I think the design quality of this building is exceptional for the area.
So what is it, an arts and crafts home? How would you describe it?
Yes, I think for us, one of the things that really I think is important for us is that it's one of the pre-war houses, and this style of for us in particular is evocative of that period. Specifically for us is the Tudor Revival style with these craftsman elements.
So it's Tudor Revival style. But anyways, this is a significant home that really reflects the history of the area, the first wave of development in the Alexander Gardens, Lytton Park area, right? So it's one of the iconic homes in the community.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Sorry, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff on item 2625, 22 Lytton Boulevard, heritage designation? No. Okay, speakers. Councillor Cole.
Councillor Cole. Yes. Again, the bigger issue here is, in the Yonge Street corridor where this is located, this is an area that's being inundated with new development applications. Right very close to it, Councillor Robinson knows the old Truel Funeral Home has been demolished, and the 9-story condos going up there. And so this is happening all up and down the Yonge Street near these very traditional homes that were built, over 100 years ago in this whole community. So this is one of the homes the community has always felt to be important to protect. And that's why this initiative to designate it came from, the Lytton Park Community Association. and from interested members of the Community Preservation Board, et cetera. So it's a significant home, and certainly, the owner, has the right to do what he wants with his property. The problem is that as City Council, I think we're charged with protecting some of the character of our neighborhoods. I mean, we saw what happened in the Hogs Hollow area, that Black Saturday, where they demolished a $250 to $200.5 million heritage home in Hogs Hollow on a Saturday, and the person who bought it and demolished it said he didn't give a damn what city said, he was going to demolish it. So this is the pressure that we as councillors are feeling. The community feels pressure to try and protect the integrity of the neighborhood. It's a very stable neighborhood. This is a big, solid home that is over 100 years old. And I guess one of the problems here we have in Toronto, we think something 100 years old is old. But it's not unusual in other countries where homes are 1,000 years old. And this is solid brick. It's in good shape. Sure, the inside could be renovated. They could maybe add an addition in the back if they need more than 5. This is 5 bedrooms. If they want to add another 5 bedrooms, do an addition on the back. It's a big lot, wide lot, but keep the integrity of the home. So I hope that the owner talks to our officials. They weren't able to attend the meeting that took place, but I think we have an obligation to try and protect the character, heritage of the community as much as possible, especially in an area that, again, is under intense pressure for people buying homes that are valued $2, $3, $4 million, and they'll bulldoze them. So I just think we have to support the staff report and do our best to protect this significant home in Lytton Park. So I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. Councillor Carroll?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to speak briefly on this because I intend to support the councillor's motion, and I know that will come as a disappointment to the owner. But part of the reason that I asked the questions I asked is I was reminded of a similar struggle that happened over in the Beaches community. I will never forget. It was on Monroe Park Avenue. And at the time it went through council, it was controversial and disappointing to the owner that we had to include it on the register. But similarly, it was a classic example. There are a number of houses in the arts and crafts era over on the Beaches side where it's not a center hall staircase, but they're on the side but cutting into the middle of the house. They're sort of placed on the side and the staircases come in. And so the person really wanted to demolish and start over. But the process of putting it on the register had actually begun a year or two earlier before he had presented any plans and ended up, thus it ended up at council. I will never forget that I never heard again what happened with that house. We succeeded in placing it on the register because it was one of the last perfect examples in that Bar Beaches area, Monroe Park and Willow and such, that hadn't been altered on the outside. I happened upon it on the Redfin real estate site one day. I don't know who the architect was, but we had placed the house on the register, particularly with respect to the exterior components. And I don't know who the architect was, but the layout was there on the real estate page. And if I had $5 million, I would snap that house up because they had completely opened the back. They still had heritage windows, but completely opened the back out into what is my dream kitchen and family room if I was a multi-millionaire. Left the staircase. but done some amazing things at the front and created an incredible amount of living space, including a rather generous apartment for an adult child in the basement and swimming pool and all mod cons in the back. And with the right architect, a house the size of the house we're considering today could undergo a similar transformation. It is a matter of insisting upon that when we deal with our architects and contractors. And if we're in a neighborhood as precious and well-heeled as Lytton Boulevard, close to Yonge Street, as this house is, there are many that are happy to work in that area. And one with real talent could do amazing things on the inside of this house. And yet this classic example on the exterior of what is, as the councillor has pointed out, disappearing in North Toronto would be preserved. And for that reason, I'm really happy that the local councillor is moving the recommendation before us, and I wish him a successful hearing on the 30th. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other speakers on the item? Yes, Councillor Robinson.
Coming right now. I'll be very brief. Thank you very much. Councillor Carroll's remarks and Councillor Cole's have inspired me just to speak for 1 minute to say something that prompted me to get into this business was a home on Dawlish built by Forsey Page. About 10 or 11, 12 years ago, it was threatened. And so I just want to say to the owner, the people who live in that house now, because it's remained a heritage house, they did expand it at the back. They did renovate the entire thing. It's stunning. I've been outside and inside the property, and the people who live there love it. Like, they couldn't be happier because they live in this exceptional, rare home. So I just wanted to extend that to the owner. And if you want to check it out, it's on Dawlish Avenue. Forsey Page was the builder or architect, prominent Canadian architect, and you should check that out because that's a great example of a win-win.
Great, thank you, Councillor Robinson. So the staff recommendations are being moved by Councillor Cole to designate. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 2626, residential demolition application 414 Kenneth Avenue. I do not have any deputations listed on this item. Councillor Fillion, do you think we can dispose of this item quickly?
In 3 seconds, motion to refuse.
Okay, well, that was quick. Okay, so a refusal amendment is on the floor. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 2627, we do have a deputation on the item. Rosanna Iaboni?
Mr. Chair, before you begin on 20 Murray Road, I'm wondering if I could just ask if before we break for lunch, I'm worried about not getting back. I have a long-term care conference for my dad over the lunch hour. So when we finish Murray Road, I wonder if I could dispose of a couple of items that just have technical amendments.
Sure, yes,
Thanks.
I'd like to spend maybe the last 20 minutes doing quick releases. So Councillor Carroll, we can, if you have items that we could do quickly, we could certainly do them before lunch. So this is Murray Road. We have Rosanna Iaboni on the line. Rosanna, are you there?
I'm here.
Great, good to hear you. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good day, councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the fence at 20 Murray Road. Some of you may remember, I don't want to speak over all this noise. Some of you may remember Murray Road. It was the site of the massive propane explosion in 2009. Every resident lives with those memories. You see The east side of Murray Road is zoned residential, while the west side is zoned industrial. The cement factory that operated at 20 Murray Road used to be small. Then Lafarge, Canada's largest supplier of construction materials, decided to start operating out of that site, no doubt due to Toronto's construction boom. For the past several years now, we have cement trucks coming in and out of this site all day, 6 days a week from 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., dumping gravel, hauling gravel, and moving gravel. The noise and air pollution are unbearable. We have reached our limit. We requested a meeting with Lafarge and asked them to put up a 14-foot fence around the property. The fence height exemption is required to provide some relief to residents who have been directly impacted by the noise and excessive dust for years. While additional steps are still required by this organization that uses the land, a higher fence will help mitigate the dust and noise. Once the fence is complete, perhaps we will be able to open our windows without debris and entering our homes. Most of the residents on Murray Road are elderly Italian immigrants. They just want to enjoy their property that they worked so hard for, ironically building this city. We unanimously supported the 14-foot fence, as you can see by all the signatures on page 6 of the background file. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Rosanna, for coming, and I'm very familiar with this file. This seems to be one of the rare opportunities where an industrial employer and the local residents seem to agree on a plan to respect each other. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And the 14-foot fence, it's a little unusual, but the community believes that this could make a big difference in the day-to-day quality of their lives?
Yes, mostly has to do with the height because of the trucks. They don't want to see the trucks all piled in the, it's for aesthetic purposes as well. It's not just to mitigate the dust, it's for aesthetic purposes as well.
Right, we did have a community meeting right out on the street, and it seemed that all the residents agreed that this was a prudent way to go. This was a responsible way to go, and I understand Teskey Lafarge is picking up the cost.
Yes, they are.
Great, and I think there's some landscaping to follow at a later date to beautify it. And maybe some public art. Okay, thank you, Rosanna. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your contribution to the local community, your advocacy. I think this will make a big difference to the quality of life of people in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other deputations for this item, so we can therefore go to questions for staff. We want to get some of these items done quickly. I will just, since there's nobody else, I will, just a couple of quick questions. To staff, this is not a swimming pool. This is not a residential backyard. This is an employment zone, an industrial area that is very close to residential. We've met on site. Would you say that this is a reasonable approach to mitigation of some of the consequences of having a cement manufacturing plant close to residential?
For you, Mr. Chair, based on the circumstances, it's reasonable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Any other speakers on the item? No. I will just speak for a minute. This was something that we work with the local community. As you can see, there's a petition signed of local residents who believe that this is a good first step in having mutual respect, allowing an employer and an industrial employer to continue with their operation. They've been there for decades, but at the same time respecting the residential community to the east. And while the 14-foot fence will not solve all of the problems, it is agreed by both the employer and the local residents that this is a good first step. This is not a swimming pool. This is not some of the traditional fence exemptions that we see at North York Community Council. These are employment industrial lands, creating a little bit of privacy, respect, and improving the quality of life for the local community. It's metal cladding, steel posts. Spoken numerous times to city staff who feel that, as you just heard, that this is a reasonable approach. So I would leave it at that and urge your support. I'm going to go with item number 2 on the recommendation. This is granting the application, and I'd be prepared to put it to a vote. All those in favor of the fence exemption? Unanimity on a fence exemption. Thank you very much. All those opposed? 0. That's great. Well, thank you very much, Rosanna, and thank you, colleagues. I think that will make a big difference in the local neighborhood. Next item on the agenda is 2628, also a request for a fence exemption. Municipal Code 447, 25 Armour Boulevard. And I do have speakers on the item. Do we have a Chris McCarthy on the line?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, Mr. McCarthy?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and City Councilors. My name is Chris McCarthy, and I reside at 25 Armour Boulevard with my family. We have 2 young children, 12 and 14, both minors, and then myself and my wife, and then our mother-in-law is currently visiting and staying with us.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We're getting the feedback again, Mr. Chair. If you could help us with that, we're having trouble hearing.
Can you hear me all right, Councillor Carroll?
Sounds good now. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So I really appreciate everybody taking the time and energy to invest in this process, and I certainly recognize that there are other priorities for your council to consider. My purpose today is to simply do something not only for ourselves, but also in the best interests of our neighbors at 23 Armour. We feel as though it's really important to impress to you that we feel as though our privacy has been negatively impacted. Myself, my wife, are both of our children, 12 and 14 years old, and my elderly mother-in-law. We believe that we have the right to enjoy our property and feel safe in our garden and on our driveway. And we don't feel safe currently and are being regularly photographed, monitored, and harassed. Our new fence, we just actually recently installed a new fence that's entirely within code, the Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 447. And what we're requesting is actually just a short section be raised 500 centimeters, so 0.5 meters for privacy between our patios. Essentially, it's just two panels of the fence, approximately 18 feet. And we feel as though the fence that we have installed, it was actually done by a local contractor that lives about 2 blocks from where we live. And it's very much in line with the heritage of the properties around us. It's really a handsome fence. We're really quite proud of it. And then neighbors, many adult supervision as they're scared. Toronto Police Services have recommended on 3 occasions now that we install a fence, move our gate to the other side of the house, and install cameras with microphones, which the children are not fans of. I'm certainly not a fan. We're a family that likes to take down barriers, not build barriers. But despite our best efforts to bridge relationships, we really feel as though this additional privacy is necessary between 23 and 25. My mother-in-law, who is not yet fluent in English, is not comfortable sitting outside because she's afraid of being photographed and harassed. And my wife and I are really desperate to feel comfortable that when our kids are out in the backyard and they don't need to be constantly videotaped while they're playing around and playing tag. So the small variance that I'm asking for, my family are asking for in height, so that one short section of fence just to go up about 0.5 meter, that will essentially change the line of sight so that our neighbors and ourselves won't be able to peer over the fence at one another when we're standing on the back patio. And we feel as though it's very advantageous to both also to extend the fence at the front of the property so that we don't have any challenges with one another around grass cutting or snow removal, to ensure essentially that neither of us step on the other's property unintentionally. And so I really wanted to thank everybody for taking their time to consider this. I know that there are many other priorities that are much more pressing for the City of Toronto, but this will really make my family feel much more comfortable living at home.
Great, thank you very much. And just based on Councillor Carroll's request earlier, we're going to hear the speakers but not debate the item. We'll hold it down so we can do quick releases before lunch. Any questions for the deputant? No? Mildred?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, Councillor Cole?
Yeah, I'm just, thank you for your presentation. I'm just trying to figure out, you are saying the neighbor at 23 is in support of this higher fence, right?
I don't know the answer to that, Councillor Cole. We advised them that we're building a fence a couple of weeks or before we built the fence, and they also received a notification from the city that we're asking for an exemption. But they have specifically indicated to Toronto Police Services that they don't wish us to interact with them whatsoever.
I don't understand the Toronto Police Services. What's that about?
Unfortunately, we have had to call the police services because they video record our children and make us feel uncomfortable with bullying and harassing and taking videos and so forth. And the police have recommended that we build a fence taller as well as install cameras with microphones and move our gate to the other side of the property. I understand that this has been an ongoing issue with previous owners of this property as well. And we have neighbors, multiple neighbors on the same street that are all willing to write letters of support based on the history of the two previous owners of this property that we're living in today. We just moved to this property on February 14th.
Have you submitted any of those letters to my office?
I have, Councillor Cole. I've written to you directly, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'll have to take a look at them. Yeah, again. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for this deputant? No? Okay, Chris, thank you very much. Mildred Davis?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Davis? Ms. Davis, if you can hear us, please call back and we'll put you on the list again. Trevor Davis, I don't know whether you're related. You're on the same call? Okay, what we're going to do while the Davises try and get back online, we're going to hold this item down. And if Councillor Carroll, let's do a few items that do not require speakers or questions for staff or long speeches. Now I'm going to go to 26.8. This is a preliminary report to zoning bylaw for 3280 Dufferin Street and 12 to 16 Orifice Road. Councillor Cole, are you prepared to move this?
No, I'm not.
Well, that's the kind of cooperation we're looking for. Councillor Robinson, 2615 construction staging area, 1408 to 1420 Bayview Avenue. Are you prepared to release this? Councillor Robinson? She can't hear us. Councillor Robinson? Jay? Councillor Carroll? You had a couple...
I had to step out for a second.
Okay, no problem. You had a couple of items that you wanted to release prior to lunch?
Yes, thank you. One of them requires a reopening. On item number 11, the preliminary report I did on 3077 Bayview Avenue, Remember, I was trying to edit the wording on the boundary notice. I gather it was because inadvertently clerks had not put up the amended motion. If we could have up the proper motion now, I want to make sure that there are 2 clauses to it that need to be adopted.
Okay, so I'll move a motion to reconsider item 2611,
Thank you.
preliminary report, 3377 Bayview Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed?
Thank you.
That is carried. And we
Thank
have.
you. And then if staff.
Yeah, I think this is an amended motion. All those.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, it's still wrong. I'm sorry. There is my staff sent the edited version. Do clerks not have it?
Okay, sorry, Councillor Carroll, we're going to have to hold the item down again. If you could have your staff once again work with the clerks on this item. Did you have another?
Oh, okay. You could.
Did you have another item?
Do that, Tom. Also, item number 36 is a tree consideration. Just in case I missed that timing after lunch, if we could just move that now. I'm just moving the staff recommendations.
Okay, 2636, application to remove a private tree, 94 McNichol Avenue. Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Carroll, were there any other items that you wanted to deal with before lunch?
No, just item number 11. So maybe you could canvass the other councillors. We'll see if they're able to resolve that in the next minute.
So, Councillor Robinson, we had trouble reaching you earlier. I think that was a audio issue. Item 2615, construction staging 1408 to 1420. Is that ready to be released?
Do that after lunch. I'm sorry. Still working on something.
Okay. So, Councillor Robinson, while I've got you on the line here, 2633, application to injure a private tree, 1399 Bayview Avenue. There's no deputations on the item. Do you know what you want to do with it?
Well, I was tentative about this, but staff have explained it's the best outcome, best option, so I was going to move staff recommendations.
Okay, if that's...
After hearing their whole story on this.
Okay, if that's fine, then 2633, application to injure a private tree, 1399 Bayview Avenue. Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Robinson, 2634, application to remove a private tree, 467 Sudan Avenue. I do not have any deputations listed on that item. What would you like to do with that?
I'd like to move staff recommendations.
Okay, staff recommendations. Yeah, staff recommendations moved on 2634, application to remove a private tree. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, 2635, asking to remove a private tree, 31 Norden Crescent. I do not have any deputations on that item. Do you know what you want to do with it?
Staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations?
Yeah.
All right, staff recommendations moved on 2635, application to remove a private tree, 31 Norden Crescent. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Can we go back to Councillor Carroll's? Yeah, okay. Councillor Carroll, take a close look at what's going on the screen, and let's hope that's what you're looking for.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. I just went over this. If you could just, if staff wouldn't mind scrolling down to the next clause, I want to make sure that, yes, thank you. That is the motion. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we've already reopened this item, so I think we can move what's on the screen and then the item is amended. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? That is carried. Item is amended. All those in favor?
Thanks so much.
Opposed? You are most welcome. That is done. Councillor Robinson again. Application for fence exemption. If we can do this quickly. 134 Rykert Crescent. There are no speakers. There are no speakers.
I'm sorry, I can't do that quickly, that one, I'm sorry. I have to hold that down.
Okay, we'll continue to hold. Anyone else for quick releases? And then we'll... No? I know there's speakers on 2630, Councillor Cole, 61 Dane Avenue. Was there a desire to defer that item? Or are we going to?
Yes, I'd like to defer that, and I would like to forward it on to City Legal for comments on this item and related emails that came to all city councilors and related to this item. So I'd like to refer it to legal and defer. Okay.
Is it to the next scheduled community council meeting or longer?
No date.
So October? To October?
November.
November. Okay, so it'll be heard. So I understand there were some deputants on the line. I think they were on the line. Yeah, they were. Okay, so for deputants for that item, if you can hear me, we're not going to be debating the item today, and we will be debating the item in November. So I believe it is Tracy Trang Dang and Maria Petty. If you can hear me, this item will not be debated today. It'll be debated in November. Your local councillor will advise you of the logistics for participating on that day. So thank you for waiting on this, but it's going to be deferred to November. Okay, those in favor of deferral, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So, Councillor Carroll, I guess it's a Ward 6 item. You had asked to hold 2620 some calming traffic ideas for King High Avenue. I don't know whether you're okay.
Yeah, I just had one quick question for staff. So I could just ask that question and then either it can be considered or at least we would know what we're doing this afternoon. That's the King High. I just wanted to ask staff, it's an interesting one because what was put before us in the letter was to do a study, but then there are also some other changes and that are recommended for immediate action. And I know the area. I know the problem with that lovely curvy shortcut that you can go through this neighborhood creates problems around it. But I'm wondering if taking the actions ties your hands in any way in terms of your also studying the area and proposing to us a traffic calming plan.
So through the chair, we've actually looked at this. So we've got in queue for study traffic calming as well as looking at the pavement markings. But we did try out the turn restrictions in July as part of some work zone coordination that was happening in the area. And in these cases, we like to see community support, and the turn restrictions were well received. So we don't have any concerns with implementing the turn restrictions at this time.
Oh, okay. So while there's a request for study, you have already been looking at this. This isn't coming as any surprise at all.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. That was my only question, Mr. Chair. Thank you. That was all I needed to know.
Great, thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Carroll. If you're done with that item, I guess we can move it. The motion. There's a slightly edited motion. Okay, there's the edited motion. This is on the screen. Just some tinkering with some words, some tweaking. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Mr. Chairman, it's Councillor Cole. I'm just wondering, where are we at with NY 2629?
So that's being held for speakers. Connie Eschia is on the line. If you feel you can...
Hold on.
If you would you like to? I mean, we're breaking for lunch in 2 minutes.
Is she the owner of 25 on Cork? Is she the owner of the property on 32 Cork?
I'm not sure. I mean, we can bring her on and let her depute, but really we need a motion to just finish the deputations on this item.
Yeah, also move. Let's get it. Let's hear from the deputant.
Okay, a motion to extend. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Connie?
Hi.
Hi, Connie. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello and good afternoon, Community Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Connie, and together with my husband, we are the owners of the property. Our primary purpose for the application is to request a fence exemption at this property. We're a young family with children and a puppy.
Okay, if I could interrupt, I move the exemption. Thank you. Is there any other deputation?
Well, that's very quick. That was a 25-second deputation. Do you want to let her finish?
Yeah.
Or
No, is there another deputation besides the owner?
There is not. That's it.
Okay, so I'll move the exemption.
Ms. Ezechia, are you satisfied with the moving of the exemption, granting of the exemption?
Yes. There's a puppy.
Okay, well then I think
too.
the dog supports
The
it
dog seconds
too.
it. That's good.
We always want local pets to
Dog's
support
happy.
these exemptions. Okay, so Councillor Cole has moved, has granted the exemption. There it is on the screen. All those in favor?
You recorded in the negative?
Want to do a recorder vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Councillor Cole, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Pasternak, Deputy Mayor Minna-Wong, and opposed, Councillor Robinson and Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, I put my hand up slow-mo. I meant to be in the affirmative.
Do we have to do it again? Okay, so we will record you in the affirmative, Councillor Robinson. So we're technically on lunch now. There's only a few items to do. I guess we could keep going if you want to wrap up. Let's
keep going.
It's entirely up to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, is there a presentation that was to be made?
Yes, so we were leaving that at the end. There are a few more items to do. As I said, it's at the will of the committee. I'm fine either way. If you'd like to continue to wrap up, we could probably, I hate to predict, but I think we could be done before 1, if you'd like to continue on, or we could break for lunch and come back at 1:30.
Let's wrap up.
Councillor Fillion wants to wrap up. Okay, I see some heads nodding. Councillor Carroll, you're on mute.
What the words wrap up mean? You mean you want us to go for lunch now, or you're extending?
No, finish. Let's finish the agenda.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would support that. The conference I have to go to for my dad doesn't start till 1:15, so let's see if we can do it.
Okay, so I'll move a motion to complete the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So we were talking about 25 Armour and trying to get Mildred Davis and Trevor Davis back on the line. An anonymous
This is
call.
hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, this is Trevor Davis calling from 25 Armour Boulevard.
Okay.
And we got cut off when we were.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. You have not lost your opportunity to depute. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, we understood that this presentation, and we thank you for the opportunity to speak to the fence exemption. We understood that there was not supposed to be any kind of personal tax or that kind of background shared on the agenda today. So I feel that I need to respond to the inferences made by the homeowner at 5 in terms of the police action. On multiple occasions, the police action was caused by 25 Armour towards us, and the direction to both homeowners were that they were not to speak to each other. So any kind of inference that we are the cause of the disputes, I think, is disingenuous. From the moment we've been living here for 25 years and have had to suffer an enormous amount of bullying and attacks, including my son being strangled at the local school.
Okay.
So
This is not
again,
a court of law. We're looking at a fence exemption. So let's try and just stick with the fence exemption.
I understand that, but the color that was shared by 25, I think, was very unfair. So inferences that they need to have security and privacy are more on their end, where they have been encroaching on our property, coming into our backyard, asking and demanding access to our backyard for their kids to be able to play and retrieve their toys, having their dog running off leash. So we've been documenting these instances so that in the event that we have to, again, have a interaction with the TPS or with 311, we have documented proof. We have not been able to use our patio for the last 6 weeks because we've been trying to, again, stay out of any kind of interaction and engagement. So hopefully we've been clear, and so we've not objected to the homeowner putting up a fence on his property as long as it adheres to code and the bylaws. We feel that an 8-foot exemption is over and above the requirement. We've shared some photographs that show the view from the respective patios, which is blocked out, including excess of 8 feet of tree foliage. So there is no need, in my opinion, for a fence exemption of 8 feet, which would, again, put us into what I would consider to be a prison kind of environment in my own backyard. So I will yield the time back to the council because I know you guys have much bigger issues to deal with based on what we heard today from some of the councillors in terms of some of the developers and the way that they treat the process. But again, even on the micro level, it appears that happens on the local level because I understood that this was a request for a new fence to be built, and apparently it got built, and 8-foot posts are installed in advance of the ruling of the council. So I'm unclear how that works, and I'm going to say thank you, and I'm available for any questions from the council or from staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Carroll, questions for the deputant?
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if the deputant wants to say anything about video surveillance.
I would absolutely love to talk about video surveillance. There is no video surveillance from 23 Armour Boulevard. The only video surveillance comes from 25 Armour Boulevard into our house, so much so that we've had to install double sets of blinds in our windows to avoid having sensitive information broadcast or videotaped from the neighbor. In fact, the latest interaction that we had was we were instructed by staff at City Hall, in your office, to document the progress of the fence being built, and the homeowner falsely accused us of videotaping her son or photographing her son, so much so that she physically and verbally was accusational and threatened us. So again, I don't know what this story about videotaping and your young kids and their mother-in-law, I think that's just, again, awful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for this deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
I'm assuming you also spoke for Mildred, so we'll consider.
No, I would like my 5 minutes, please.
Okay, all right. Ms. Davis, you have 5 minutes.
Again, I'm going to say that we were told that we couldn't bring anything was personal. First question for me is, photo that was submitted as part of the application, what was the date of this photo?
We asked the questions, Ms. Davis.
Okay. The reason why I'm saying that is this photo does not give a good view of what the backyard really looks like on 25 Armour Boulevard.
All right.
In terms of, go ahead, sir. You would like to say something to me?
No, please finish.
Because I'm trying to speak quickly. And unfortunately, I have to wear a mouth guard due to an injury, so my words don't come out quick enough, but I'm going to try. I would like to make it really clear that I have been bullied by Chris and his wife unbelievably, so much so they leave their dog on a leash, knowing fully well I can't be bitten for serious medical reasons. We do not take photos of children. We do not talk to children because number 27, Irene Duckett, when my son wasn't even 10 years old, left her house 2 doors down, walked in, unlocked the door, came up the back stairs, screamed at my son when he was just learning to barbecue and Dad had just stepped inside. And she turned down his little music. He was just getting into music.
Okay.
I'm bringing this for a reason.
Oh, excuse me. Just 1 second, Ms. Davis. We're here to debate a fence exemption.
Chris got what he wanted.
Okay. I know emotions are high, but we're here to debate a fence exemption. We're not a court of law. If you feel there's been criminal harassment, then there's civil litigation option for you. We're here to debate a fence exemption.
And sir, if you look at everything we send regarding the fence.
Okay, so is there anything?
It's also not fair that he got to talk for 5 minutes and you didn't cut him off. You let him speak. And in terms of the police has made it very clear to Chris to leave us alone and his wife. And every time there's a situation, Chris comes and wants to talk to us. Even so much so on August 18, 2021, it was documented, a letter was done, and we chose not to send it to the police because we felt they have too much things to deal with. And yet on September 2nd, we were in a house and we were being called cowards out there, screaming we were cowards and to come outside by his wife. There were no photos taken of children. So much so, the same contractor he mentioned, when we went to take a photo of them put in the post, we asked him to step out of the way so we could just take the photo of the fence. No humans.
All right, so I understand the fence.
In terms of the fence, I will speak to the fence.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
In terms of the fence, the trees in that backyard covers the entire property, so much so that that Pilar has to sit way at the fence of number 27 so she can be in a little lawn chair and get some sun. Then they come over to the corner of our property, and we had a little evergreen there, and they were complaining about the branches over there to the neighbor behind us at number 44 Delhi. So my husband wasn't well. I went out there on my own, did what I could, and I sawed off everything on their side. Meanwhile, we have all this overgrown by this current person, Teresa and her husband before, overgrown, never did anything, including picking up leaves. That's how much overgrown. When they put the house up for sale, there was about 50 bags that they couldn't leave on their property. They put it across the street. That's how much leaves are in there. And the prior people also a dog situation, because I know my call has that letter. What happened was said, oh, my dog and cat really like your backyard. And I said, that's okay for them to be there, but can you do me a favor? Can you please pick up the dog shit? Because I don't think it's fair when my husband works all day and also
Yeah, no, I'm really
travels to the
sorry.
US, around the world.
Your time is up. Thank you, Mildred, for your comments. Are there any questions for this deputant?
And the only thing I wanted to say, my family has not been out there since 14.
No, I'm sorry. You've had your 5 minutes, and your husband had 5 minutes. That's 10 minutes for your case. So I go to counselors now and ask them whether they have any questions for you. And I don't see any hands going up. So Mildred, I want to thank you very much for your comments. I'm sorry the situation has deteriorated to this point, and now council will deliberate on whether to grant the fence exemption. Thank you very much. Gosh, I'm exhausted. Questions for staff? I don't see any questions. Speakers? Councillor Cole, what would you like to do with this?
Well, I just first of all want to say that I think that today is a day that we should maybe reflect upon, because not only this very volatile situation here on Armour Boulevard, but we also have that one on Dane Avenue where there's all kind of, as a community council dealing with fence disputes, we are basically become the forum for all these personal attacks and innuendo. And I just think somehow we have to do a better job of letting applicants know that there be no tolerance for personal attacks, defamation, etc. Because, today we've got two very, very volatile situations, which we as a council need some help in dealing with, and we have to better inform the public about this is totally unacceptable, and that these police matters are, and I'm not just talking about this other case, I'm talking about the other one on Dane Avenue, which is even more frightening, of what has been transmitted to council either verbally or by email. So I think we need the support of the clerk's office and the city legal staff to advise us on how we can ensure that this type of hostility and personal attacks is not allowed as we deliberate on fences. So I think we need to take action on that front. In terms of this request for fence exemption, it is extremely disheartening to see this type of conflict. I don't want to take sides, as none of us want to take sides. We want to look at the request here for fence exemption. And I think in this case here, hearing the evidence and the details from both sides, I think the best thing here is to reject the application for fence exemption.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Anyone else to speak on the item? No? Okay, Councillor Cole has moved the rejection of the fence exemption, and it is on the screen. It's a refusal. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Councillor Cole, we once again come to 26-8, 3280 Dufferin Street, 12 to 16 Orphis. Have you decided what you'd like to do on that? It's a preliminary report.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question of staff.
Okay, staff to the floor on 26-8, 3280 Dufferin, and 12 to 16 Orphis.
Okay, question of staff is, this morning I received another application for another development on Dufferin, an Apex Road. Are you aware of that, the other application just down the street from this?
Yes, we are. We have multiple applications in this area.
Yes. Is there any plan in the works to basically look at the community and recreational and social infrastructure that's needed to basically meet the needs of the new residents that will result from all these applications occurring on Dufferin?
Through the chair, yes, there was a comprehensive analysis done through the Dufferin Street secondary plan. So that was a larger area study of community services and facilities. With each individual development applications as part of a complete application, we require an analysis done in terms of the impact of the application on community services and facilities.
Will there be a report coming forward from the developer on the basic number of community facilities in the area? Like I know we have one that comes from transportation on traffic, then we have one that comes from engineering. What about a report on a senior center or a community center or a social services center in this fast-growing area? Will that be part of the report required from the application process?
Through the chair, yes, community needs were identified in terms of things like daycare, library expansion, facilities that were needed within the Dufferin Street secondary plan area. The AIC, the online development application website, as part of the complete application and study submitted, we'll have that information that people can go to. In terms of looking comprehensively, I know that park staff, parks forestry and recreation staff continue to monitor these development applications. We're certainly seeing applications beyond the scale we would have anticipated with the City Council approved secondary plan.
So in terms of the number of, are there any initiatives in the works in the Dufferin Street corridor there to build a library, for instance?
No, there's no initiatives that we're aware of in the planning department to build a library.
How about a community center for youth in the area?
No, we have currently with our applications as submitted, we have no proposals for a community center or community facility in any of the buildings.
And also, we also have north of there at the Yorkdale site, I think we have a secondary plan or whatever it's called for Yorkdale, I think to build another 10 condo towers at the Yorkdale site.
Yes, the Yorkdale site has a master plan, which is currently under review. It's associated with their appeal of the Dufferin Street secondary plan, which is an outstanding appeal. They are proposing residential development in its current form, which appears cannot be supported from an infrastructure perspective. We're still working with the applicant. In fact, we have a workshop this afternoon with the Yorkdale team on their proposal.
Is there anything in that proposal that includes a community facility for seniors or youth? Is there any inclusion of community infrastructure along with the 10 towers?
There is an intention because of the scale of the development to provide daycare, but there is no other community facility as in a community center or community meeting space.
So do you think it would be wise to have sort of a
Last question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff? Speakers?
Councillor Cole?
Yeah, Councillor Cole.
Well, you can see why Councillor or Chairman Pasternak, why I was holding this. You know, there's a very alarming situation occurring on Dufferin Street where we're getting multiple development applications way beyond what was envisaged by the Dufferin secondary plan, where we have almost weekly, we have a new development application, and there is nothing planned, there's no planned investment of any kind of community facility in the Dufferin corridor. There's no library, there's no community center, there is no senior center. There is no city presence in Dufferin. The city has not invested in any kind of community facility in Dufferin, not only to meet the needs of the past residents, but the future residents. Now, there have been a couple of daycare centers included at the Treviso development at Lawrence and Dufferin, and there's one coming for the 3 towers at the old Holiday Inn site, your old hangout, Mr. Chairman. We are getting a childcare center in there. But again, what I'm trying to do here is looking at the cumulative effect of all these developments that are occurring in an area, and yet there is no keeping pace of the community infrastructure whatsoever. So what I would, I think I put a motion into the clerk in terms of trying to address this. I think my office did forward it to the clerk, if that could be up on the board. Yeah, so in this motion, I'm just asking that they delete the recommendation and ask staff to postpone the scheduling a meeting, consultation meeting for the application at 3280 Dufferin until such time as the community services facility study is set up under Chapter 3 of the official plan has been submitted. So in other words, I want a specific report dealing with the cumulative effect of all these developments in Dufferin Street, where we look at the status of these public facilities that are much needed, you know, for the thousands of people that are going to come here. I mean, as I mentioned, you know, 10 towers at Yorkdale, 3 towers at the Holiday Inn, another 5 developments in Upper Dufferin, and who knows what's going to come in tomorrow. We'll probably have another application coming in tomorrow for another development. So it is really, it's a runaway train that's happening here on Dufferin. It's happening on Marley Avenue. It's happening in Eglinton, where, you know, with the new green light given by the Ford government for unbridled development, wherever there's a square inch of land, we seem to be losing control over the ability to provide community infrastructure. And, you know, the argument is always, well, transit is there. Well, it's beginning to look as the major transit stations as something not to have in their community, because it becomes an excuse to build intensification beyond the wildest dreams of Sam Cass or whoever. I'm thinking of the former guru of New York City, Mr. Moses. But anyways, we need to put the brakes on here and at least to have an effort to push forward some investments in community infrastructure, as we don't seem to be able to control the development applications that keep coming in. So that's why I'm asking for this amendment. We'll proceed with the preliminary hearing, preliminary meeting, but I want this addressed first in a concrete way so that we begin to put some attention to the need for community infrastructure as we just try to essentially absorb the explosion of development that's happening in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. There is a motion on the screen, and yes, when I came to City Hall, I read the 1,500-page biography of Robert Moses. It should be mandatory reading. Not that I agreed with everything that went on, but mandatory reading for those who want to be in municipal government. So the motion is on the screen. It was. There we go. Were there any other speakers on this, by the way, or questions for the mover? No? Okay, great. So all those in favor of the motion? And the item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'm going to pass the chair off to... there you go. Oh, she's back. Okay. Councillor Carroll, could you just take the chair for a few minutes on item 2610? And I hope we have 5 deputants on that item. And I hope you can...
Let me just grab the deputation list. All right, Councillor Pasternak, Mr. Chair, I can take over. So, are you turning off your speaker? I still hear the feedback. Okay, thank you. So, councillors, we'll go to item number 2610, and the deputants. I think you all have the speakers list. The first one is Jeff Hedges, who's president of MTCC 368. Would you like to go? Is Mr. Hedges on the line?
Yes, he is. Yeah, and we live at 1 and 3 Concord Place in North York. It's a 39-year-old building and considered a gem of a condominium in our area. The property is on the east side of Concord Place and basically opposite 1 and 3 Concord Gate, and 10 and 12 Concord Place. Cameron Ridgedale's done a lot of the work on this, and he's going to give you some remarks, and I'd like to come back to you after that, if that's possible.
Thanks, Jeff.
Well, Mr. Hedges, that would create a bit of a problem for us. We have a clock running for you, and you have 5 minutes. If we go to Mr. Ridsdale, I've got to keep 4 different sets of times, really, 2 for you and 2 for him. Is it possible for you to just go 5 for yourself and then 5 for Mr. Ridsdale after you?
Oh, you go at the end. Do your end bit.
Sorry, I'm Mr. Hedges, are you still with us? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could stop the clock, if we could restart the time. Mr. Ridsdale, am I to understand you're now on the line?
I am, yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could stop the clock, if we could have Mr. Ridsdale, and then I'll keep in mind Mr. Hedges' time for later. Mr. Ridsdale, you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I must say at the outset that we agree with Councillor Cole about the need for community infrastructure within developments near major transit proposals. But we're here to support the City Planning Department recommendations for the applicant for rezoning of these 2 properties. We also support the recommendation for a virtual community consultation meeting, but we suggest that it should be circulated to all the apartment buildings in the Concord Place and Winford Heights area. Everyone is going to be affected by this outrageous proposal. We wholeheartedly support the need for a focused area study. We had requested from our councillor through the mayor and several other councillors that we should have a secondary plan study. And you should note that it's actually required in the official plan. I won't go about that because the letters have been written and you can look it up. The official plan requires the city to do a secondary plan study when there are large developments like this in an area that's already well established. And we'll live with the proposal as it is, but I think it should extend to include a character study like the one done for the High Park neighborhood, so we can develop proper urban design guidelines for the Winford Concord precinct. And we respectfully suggest that this work be undertaken at the same time as the municipal comprehensive review that's required by the province to be done by June 22nd. Or June 2022. So having said that, no development should be approved before all these studies are done. The area needs to have guidelines, and we cannot approve developments until they're done. You know what the province has said in their Golden Horseshoe proposal. We're supposed to develop complete communities with an access to diverse housing options, public service facilities, recreation, green space, and employment. And it further directs the municipality should retain employment lands in areas outside employment areas, and they should retain space for jobs. The proposal in its current form does not retain the existing commercial space in the property, which totals 557,000 square feet and represents the possibility of 2,500 jobs. The current proposal is 99% residential. Less than 1% of it is non-residential. There are no community facilities in this area, no senior centers, no libraries, no schools, no public health, and very minimal childcare options, including the minimal ones proposed in this thing. Essentially, what's happened here is they're trying to add population to an area that's already underserviced. The minimum amenity areas that are proposed don't even meet city standards. There's 2 small parks that won't accommodate anything close to the number of children who will be living in the new apartment. And children and youth really do need places to socialize and play. We could have had our board member psychologist come and give you a 5-minute speech about that. But kids need to play, and they like to play games like basketball and baseball and soccer. They need space for these. You also need green areas for some of us who are much older and like to sit outside. The parking proposals for this development are totally inadequate. Grocery shopping by bus is at best a difficult job. And when you have to change buses and change from a bus to an LRT to go and do your grocery shopping, it's a real burden for anybody older than about 50, I would say. The parking is a joke. I mean, there's hardly any parking. They seem to think that everybody's going to ride a bicycle or walk 800 meters to take the LRT. It's in this area, that's not possible. To get to a large grocery store or any other major shopping things like the Don Mills Center, you need a car if you're bringing anything more than one little bag home with you. The other thing that is totally not on is the traffic study. We really want to see in the studies that have been proposed a comprehensive and detailed.
If you could wrap up, Mr. Ridsdale, you're at 5 minutes.
I'd like to see the planning study undertaken by the city staff and city experts, not planning consultants on the payroll of the developer. Now, I'll turn it over to Jeff if you want to start the clock for him.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could start the clock over and put Mr. Hedges back on the line. I made a note of the time. So Mr. Hedges, you have 4 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. As we said, the previous traffic study did not include, and it was a study, there was not any bicycle traffic at all noted in that study. So the dream of having a commute by bicycle is not there. So with regards to the area around, or the area that is under this proposal, 75% of the land within that area is not suitable for development. This includes the Flemington Golf Course, the Don River Ravine, the Don Valley Parkway, and CPR right-of-way. The City of Toronto building standards is inappropriate for this neighborhood. The buildings on the east side of Concord Place are well set back behind tall trees. The introduction of six-story high podiums with glass walls close to property lines and the destruction of existing mature trees is totally out of character with the neighborhood. There is no transition in scale from one side of the street to the other. In fact, a 45-story building is proposed to be built close to an existing 12-story condominium. So in summary, we hope the recommended studies will provide a set of guidelines for reasonable use. And a comment with regards to the presumptive proposal that's been submitted. In my opinion, it's an end run around city planning. It promises to increase the population by 3 times, commits to a 10-year construction schedule, and builds a concrete and glass jungle that will significantly reduce the value of our property and also the desirability of our property. You on the council are members, and we need you to help protect us from this enormous proposed development. And as we said, we do not want this project to proceed without having the full evaluation that the city can provide. And we also object to Divine Park's letter of 9 September, whether they are asking for item number 4 to be set aside. So I'm under a minute left, but thank you very much for your attendance. And just to note that there were secondary plans have been done for 2 major LRT stops, Eglinton and Don Mills, and we're in between those. And if you look at the density of population in the Crosstown development, the proposed development here is almost twice of that density. So you have to consider We've got an established neighborhood and with an enormous proposal that would dramatically change this area. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, are there
Madam
any
Chair, I just have a
questions of
point
the
of order.
deputants? Oh, sorry, Councillor Minnan-Wong?
It's just that little thing about the applicant. If the applicant's speaking, they should kind of let us know, and they should be speaking first. I just wanted to gently remind you about that because sometimes they conveniently forget.
Sorry, I don't see one identified on the speakers list. Is the applicant here and planning to speak?
Just wanted to check, that's all.
Yes. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if clerks could let us know, is the applicant registered to present?
They're not identified on the list.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Well then,
Thanks, thank you.
Oh, you bet. Are there any questions of the deputants thus far? Seeing none, I'll move on to Mr. Cattell. Jeff Cattell is next.
Yes, it's Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations. And frankly, Fontra would not generally get involved with local applications. However, this, in our opinion, is an audacious application. It's out of scale, it's out of scope and context for the area. You've heard from the previous applicants, and we would support previous speakers, and we would support their concerns. The application proposes to demolish the existing office buildings and redevelop with 5 residential mixed-use buildings consisting of 9 towers. A lot of details there, but ultimately it's an overall density of 9.95, which, as the previous deputant spoke, is way beyond what is normal and appropriate. The preliminary report identifies a number of concerns, which we would agree with. The demolition of the existing commercial space without providing for equivalent or more space in the new development, the degree of intensification and the impact it will have on the neighborhood, the location of the parks and the amenity space, and the lack of sufficient community services and facilities in the area. As has been said, this is not a complete community. So we very strongly support the report's recommendation number 3, that staff undertake a focused area study of the area surrounding the subject site. We agree with the staff report that a planning framework, including a set of policies to guide development for a complete community, is required. However, we have concerns. We do not support the report's recommendation number 4 to direct staff to review the applications concurrently and within the context of the focused area study. Instead, we recommend that approval of the preliminary staff report be deferred pending completion of the focused area study. It is our view that effectively you cannot simultaneously run a planning study while also conducting a review of an application that may contradict the likely outcome of the planning study. The focused area study needs to have the full attention of staff and community without having the intervention of the deadline for the completion of the application review. Finally, we feel it is surprising that this wholesale change from employment to residential uses in an area designated mixed use is allowable by a zoning bylaw amendment, i.e., without full examination through an official plan amendment. This is certainly something that the city should reconsider in the official plan review that's just getting underway. Thank you for the opportunity to submit these concerns.
Thank you, Jeff. Is Mr. Chair back?
Yes, Mr. Chair is in his seat.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to hand it back to you now, Councillor Pasternak. I have to step out now for that meeting, but I know that you and the local councillor and planning are taking great care with this particular item. It's it being our biggest today, so I'm sorry to have to leave the preliminary deliberations, but I'll certainly be here for all future deliberations on it. Thank you.
Fully understood. Good luck with your meeting, Councillor Carroll. Any questions for the deputies? I believe Jeff Cattell is still in the seat. No, I don't see any. Okay, thank you, Jeff. Andrew Vukovic.
Good day. How are you today?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Vukovic. I am here as both a resident of the area and treasurer of 5 Concord Place. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, and Deputy Mayor Min Wong as well, our local representative. I want to briefly give you some background of our neighborhood. It comprises of 16 residential buildings. On average, they are 26 stories high and approximately 2,000 to 3,000 residents. The entire area in question, which we actually include the Palisades condominiums, which is just south of Eglinton, which is not encompassed in their feedback for this, which we've recommended they should be. Our entire area comprises of 1/4 square kilometer, giving us a density of 10,000 residents per square kilometer. We have a long history of working well with developers and city planners on proposed condo developments in our neighborhood. We work to make sure that the size of these developments, the offset from the curb, which traditionally in our neighborhood is quite far back, as well as lots of open spaces around the building, is maintained, because unfortunately over the years this has been an area where many community gathering and service areas has not been provided. We want to thank the planners for their very reasonable recommendations for a focused area study. We agree with all 3 points to start the thing, but we do agree with the previous comment about holding item number 4 to be non-concurrent. To give you a brief background of the amenities, which our planners we had worked with in our neighborhood on a previous proposal, we only have a single pathway which goes down to the Don Valley as a community space that's a public space. It's a laneway, it's unmaintained in winter, and oftentimes we find residents using the parking lot on the north end of the proposal at 1012 Concord Place as an area for activities because there's nothing else available. The 10-year process was undertaken, and we did achieve to finally have McDonald's donate their private land for a playground, as we could not find a single square foot to put a playground in our neighborhood. They graciously leased this property, a small area comprised of 1 jungle gym, 1 climbing area, and a swing set for our neighborhood children, and it's constantly packed because we have no other amenities. To give you an idea about the lack of services in our area, I have did a survey of walking distances via mapping software, which comprises of adults. Our nearest playground beyond McDonald's, which would actually be closed during this construction period of demolition, our nearest playground is a 42-minute walk for adults, which of course would be much longer with little kids and breaks. The nearest school nearby is a 40-minute walk away. Our nearest library is a 31-minute walk. Our nearest community center is a 45-minute walk, and our nearest basketball court and outdoor field is a 40-minute walk from the intersection of this proposal. Just to reiterate the proposal itself, the proposal at 10 and 12 Concord Place and 1 and 3 Concord Gate is a 9-building high-rise with podium structure. The average height of this is 45 stories, and when we deal with planners looking at the neighborhood around it, this is equivalent to having a neighborhood of bungalows, having 9 buildings of 20 stories, 21 stories being dropped around them. In no way does this concur or comply with the local zoning, the local structures in the local neighborhood. As proposed, 4,000 residential units will give a density of 9.95 FSI, more than an 11-fold increase over the current zoning. If we anticipate 2 or 2.5 residents per unit, which we see in our neighborhood right now, just this development alone will provide 8,000 to 10,000 more residents. The 804 square meters of retail, which is proposed, is a joke compared to the 27 stories of commercial and business use buildings that it's replacing, which comprises of 87,000 square meters. This is a 99% reduction in commercial and business usage, contrary to planners' desire to have people work and live in the same neighborhood. This is also a bit of a proposal sleight of hand, as 175 Winford is the same developer, which is not being considered today, but that would add another 7,000 residents, giving us more of a quadruple of our population if both proposals are accepted, of 60,000 residents per square kilometer in our area. Right now, traffic is very heavy. In bad weather, it could take more than 30 minutes to get from a 5-minute drive away without traffic. This area would be a disaster if there's an evacuation. We have a CP rail corridor beside us. We have had 8 derailments in Canada since 2009, 5 in Ontario, and 2 requiring an emergency neighborhood evacuation. And I believe that during the major ice storm, almost every residential building needs to be evacuated. I implore council to undertake the focused area study. This proposal is egregious. In combination with the second proposal of this developer, it is far outside our neighborhood. It would destroy the neighborhood, which is beautiful as it is, even though it is lacking services. And thank you for your time.
Great, right on time. Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Andrew, thank you very much. Iris Singh. Not present. Okay. So we're done with deputations on item 2610, 1 to 3 Concord Gate, and 10 to 12 Concord. They're not on the list. Sorry, there two people are requesting to speak who are not on the list, but okay, two people who were not on the list have been added. Tristan Trugakas.
Hi.
Hi, thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, so in respect to this particular application, we've covered, I think, extensively the impact that it could happen to green spaces. So I won't go into it too much other than just to reiterate that it contradicts the city's goals of increasing the canopy coverage from 28% to 40%. And since at least 2015 in the GTA, there's been a very real shortage for office space. So the granting of this proposal or approving of it directly flies in the face of that particular goal. It also would distract mature trees that would change the streetscape, as well as fly in the face of a lot of the goals that we have in terms of green space and what the Toronto Conservation Authority has done in the area. In terms of the height of the buildings, just to give you some perspective, 4 buildings are proposed to be up to 65 stories, which is 2 times higher than the current buildings. And again, with the smaller buildings, it's around 16 floors in comparison, an additional 16 floors. In terms of setting a dangerous precedent, I think it does. It would set a dangerous precedent for all of Don Mills and North York communities. Changing current zoning bylaws will have a permanent and devastating negative impact on the infrastructure, integrity, safety, and character of our established community. In addition to that, the proposal does not take into account all the additional infrastructure and support that the community currently is already lacking. Given the current high density population in this area. So there would be increased traffic, an additional, almost an addition of maybe around 3,100 or more cars in one city block, all on one street for both sides. It would increase the demand on current schools, which current schools in the area are already using portables, and there's a high overflow of students and demand on the current school. So there's no additional plan for that or additional schools being planned for. There's no plan in place for the increased waste and garbage removal for the area. There's nothing that addresses the increased demand for daycare. And it's significantly more than is approved density at Eglinton Don Mills Transit Hub. So it grossly oversteps what has already been approved according to that. In addition, I think that the builders are looking for, or the developers are sort of putting the burden of paying for all this extended infrastructure and sewage removal and drainage onto taxpayers so that they can make massive profits and assuming that the systemic burdens that they're putting on this community will just be footed by taxpayers. I don't know anyone that I live with in this area. I'm a condo owner at 7 Concord Place that is in favor of these buildings being built. Currently, we have a petition on petition.net. It has over 282 signatures. And in addition, I think it also is an issue. Like, timing is an issue, because according to the provincial government, they've recently reduced the amount of time for the city to respond to developers' applications from 120 days to 90 days. In addition to that, I just don't think it's reasonable. We have requested, we're not trying to be unreasonable. We've requested a secondary plan to be overtaken, as been done at Don Mills in Eglinton and Golden Mile, both of which have had lower densities that was proposed in these applications, together with resident input via public meetings. And overall, I would say, how much time do I have here? Not much more. There's one more thing that I'd like to highlight, and that's obviously been touched on already, which is the safety. The community is a finite landmass bound by the Ravine on the east, DVP to the west, Eglinton to the south, and the twin track CPR main line to the north. Should there be an accident or spill, evacuation would be difficult and dangerously slow. And we have precedent for seeing how bad it is currently with the population that's already here. So I don't understand why anyone would approve this the way that it is. And I know that given the pandemic, there's a lot of us who would speak out more about it. They just don't have the resources to attend. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Just a reminder to all deputants, we are not approving this application today. This is really to direct staff to commence community consultations, just for clarity's sake. No questions for the deputant? Okay, Stephen Keziak? He's no longer at the meeting. Okay, so I think we are done with deputations. And then we can go to questions for staff. Deputy Mayor Minawong?
Yeah. How many units are being proposed on this site, on these sites?
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I could not hear the question. There's some static in the background.
Oh, how many units? How many units?
On this site, about 4,000, I believe.
4,000. And how many acres?
I'll have the planner just check into what the size of the site itself is. I don't know the size of the site off the top of my head.
Okay, while you're getting that number, Celestica, how many units?
Celestica has just over 5,000 units. So Celestica would have about 5,048 or 5,050 units. This site would have, sorry?
On 60 acres, right?
That is a 60 acre, 22 hectares. This site is about 3 hectares.
60 acres is taking 5,000.
Which is 22, which is 22 hectares.
If you wanted to do a straight up comparison, and did you say 3 hectares?
3 hectares, yes.
3 hectares is taking 4,000.
Correct.
So the scale of concentration, if you wanted to understand the scale of this, it's like a Celestica type of application on a postage-sized piece of land in comparison.
In comparison, the Celestica site is much larger, yes. And it provides different uses. There's employment, there's parks and open spaces, there's daycares, there's affordable housing. It provides a range of uses.
I might ask James might want to start my clock. I might take advantage of those zeros. I got lots of questions. How many, have you done an analysis on how many suites there are in the Concord area?
We haven't done that analysis yet. This is just the preliminary stage. As part of any study that we would undertake, we would look at doing some background work on the existing conditions in the area. So we would take a deeper dive into how many units are there, what types of units.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, as part of
John,
the
my understanding is that this application essentially doubles the Winford Concord community.
I don't have the exact number, Councillor, in terms of what's existing and doubling, but the number of units proposed between this application and the one that's already down the road that is under appeal to the OLT is a significant amount of units.
Yeah, and so, you know, I think some of the deputies raised the issue of, you know, there are some employment uses there that they're losing, you know, a lot of good office space there, but the reason why this applicant is making this application is a bunch of years ago, there was a decision through the municipal the municipal review. It used to be strictly employment, but the previous councillor allowed that to change to mixed use, which allows for the residential, right?
I believe that is true. Currently, the site is designated mixed use. The west side of the street is mixed use, while the east side is apartment neighborhoods.
Right. Okay. And you know, just to confirm, when you take out all the ravines, in terms of parkland, Winford Concord is exceedingly deficient. Would that be fair to say in terms of recreational space?
I believe so. We also heard that from the community as well. When this application originally came in, it was for one tower at 39 stories, and that was one of the key issues that the community raised was parkland, and not the land sort of within the ravine, as you said, but actual parkland space that could be programmed with playground equipment and seating areas and some spaces that people can actually use. So that was a key that was a key comment by the residents.
John, there was some discussion there from the deputants about wanting to do a secondary plan for the area. What's the difference between a focused review that you're proposing and a secondary plan?
So we're calling this right now a focused area study. We'll have to, as we kind of launch the study and do the work, I mean, it may evolve into a secondary plan. It could be a site and area specific policy, as we done. I mean, Don Mills Crossing is a secondary plan. We did Laird and Focus also in Councillor Robinson's ward, which was a site and area specific policy that laid out certain guidance and policies for the area. But that will sort of come and could evolve as we continue to do our work.
Okay, and the arrangement that, so we've got a couple of other applications in play that, strictly speaking, because their files are already in, may not be required in a legal sense to conform to any outcomes of the area study. But, you know, from a policy point of view, they would be encouraged to do that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we have the 175 Winford Drive application that has been appealed to the OLT. However, the applicant has continued to work with us through community working groups to help shape their application. We would hope that, you know, this study would be able to influence that development as well as we move forward, but that one is sort of well advanced along the way.
Okay. I think those are my questions, Mr. Chair, and if you could put me down to speak, that'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions for staff on this item? No? Okay, Deputy Mayor to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Pasternak. I have a motion that I should present first. Clerks have that? You might want to start my clock. You started me at 4 minutes 50, James. That means I'd only have 10 seconds to speak. So direct the acting director to report back, consider extending the boundaries to include 197, 205, and 215. That's the Palisades. That's the only motion I have. I'm supporting the recommendations from staff. But let me be clear, with regard to this application, I don't like it. It's perverse, it's grotesque. And when you compare that, I mean, you look at what's going on in Celestica, how huge that is. This is, you know, proportionately, it's much worse. It's doubling the size of the neighborhood. And, you know, I was floored. Like we were looking at 2 towers before and the residents were unhappy. And now this is just, this is gross. And I guess it's actually a bit of a cautionary tale. We have all sorts of developers coming in. It's a cautionary tale about welcoming in new transit because this TOD stuff, this transit-oriented development, is an invitation for developers to come in. And I think that we're seeing the, you know, how bad it can get. You know, this application is bad for so many reasons. I mean, Winford Concord doesn't deserve this. It doesn't want it. It doesn't need it. We are, as a city, doing a lot to try and help out the Winford Concord community with regard to building the brand new community center and a school at Eglinton and Don Mills Road. But still, you know, this density is really, really oppressive. There were some residents who believe that the applicants should stop their, you know, the study or moving forward until this focused area-wide study gets completed. I'm not sure that it's in our best interest to do that, because one of the things that may result if we come to a full stop is they could go straight to the LPAT, and then the community could suffer as a result of that. But I am pleased, and I have talked to staff prior to this. I'm glad they listened, that we are doing a focused area study for the future. There is, there is still room for more development in the Winford Concord community. Because I think one or two deputants mentioned how we have this tower in the park is very common in the Winford Concord area, and that means there's extra space for increased development. And we've got to put a cap on this. We have to put some boundaries around it. We have to have some structure around it. We have to have some limits. And you know, I can understand why the community is angry, and I'm angry because it just seems that, you know, developers can come in and do anything they want. And this proposal, the Fengate proposal at Concord, shows that, you know, that there's the appetite for developers right now is enormous, and they're not getting any relief from their city, and part of that's a lot of it's a result of the laws not being there through the Planning Act and all the other various bylaws and official plans to protect them. So the city can't protect them because we don't have the laws. And unfortunately, the council and councilors don't have the legislative authority to stop these things. And so we've got to do everything we can to protect them. I know, you know, Councillor Cole, Councillor Robinson, you know, Yonge and Eglinton, I didn't know how bad it was for you. I kind of feel your pain right now. Like you know, you're looking at this stuff and you talk to the planners and they kind of just, you know, shrug their shoulders, and, you know, these big towers are coming in and they're talking about design guidelines and there's no way they can stop it. And, you know, there's a huge level of frustration out there, and their city can't help them because of the rules to a large degree. And it's incredibly unsatisfying, and residents are very, very unhappy. But I think this area-wide study can go a long way to assist them. I'm hopeful of that. You know, and I look at Councillor Fillion there, who's there, and he's been going through that for like the last 20 years up in on the Yonge corridor. You know, I didn't really completely contemplate it, because the level of development that's happening at Yonge and Eglinton is starting to happen in my community. except 30, it's no, and John, in Councillor Fillion's areas, it's 30 stories. My area in 2020, it's 50 stories, right? And
50 in mine now too.
Is it? Well, there you are. We've got to do something about it. And if we could do something like an area-wide study to put some controls and goalposts around this, I'm fully supportive of that. So I'll move the recommendations, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Cole.
Yeah, welcome to the Pain Club, Councillor Minwong. We share your pain.
I don't want to be part of this club.
Yeah, listen, I think you made some very valid points, is that, you know, I do feel these transit-oriented developments as a result of transit infrastructure that we all want and know we need transit, we need the new transit lines, and but it's really a Trojan horse for development. That's what these transit stations are. You put in a transit station, you let the Trojan horse inside the walls, and pop up go the 50 stories. And the public, I don't think, has time to appreciate what is happening to our city. And I think it's up to council and the public to start to question what's happening to our city. And I don't think it's happening enough, where it's almost like, you know, death by 1,000 cuts. We have a development in Yonge and Eglinton, then we have one at Yorkdale, then we have one in Don Mills, then we have one at Yonge and Finch. So there's no cohesion in terms of understanding this is a citywide problem that one councillor or North Yarra Community Council can't deal with, and our beleaguered staff who is dealing with these on a daily basis. They're taking all this in. And as Councillor Deputy Mayor Minwong said, we don't make up the rules. And then so the people come to us, they come to the ratepayers associations, and they say, you got to stop this. And as you said, so truly, is if you put a sudden stop to this, then they will go directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and they'll have, you know, their way with the tribunal. So at least at the city, we can make a silk purse out of a sow's ear sometime. We can, but again, it's getting very difficult when you're coming in at 30, 40, 50, 60 stories in very tight quarters. So I totally support anything we can do together to bring this to the mayor's attention. And I hope the deputy mayor will bring that to. We need a comprehensive response here, or else we're going to be basically just lost at sea with the awash in developments which are occurring. And then you can't blame the industry because they've been told, you know, we're building transit. You can build, but you know, I just had a person come in at Marley and Eglinton, Marley and Lawrence. They said, we want 40 stories. And I said, 40 stories? The tallest building there is 3 stories. 40 stories, yeah, because we're right next to the Lawrence West subway station. So that's the signal they have from the major transit station study that they put in place, which allows as of right heights around transit stations, as of right, basically. So anyways, whatever we can do together to support you, Deputy Mayor, on this, and I think we do, as you said, we've got to get together and have a comprehensive response to deal with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. I trust that's all the speakers on this item. Oh my gosh. Okay, Councillor Fillion,
Mr. Chair.
Very quickly.
Yeah, just need to weigh in. The arguments against the kind of insane levels of development needs to be how much can be sustained in terms of, you know, community capacity, schools, childcare centers, even public transit, because development is occurring at such great rates because of public transit that the public transit that is being built won't even be able to accommodate it. So that's where we really have to focus our energies. We no, especially with this government, we're not going to get anywhere with just saying we don't want this level of development. We have to show that it just doesn't work, especially with the changes that were made at the same time as the planning changes, the changes to how much developers have to pay, which I can tell you in the North York Center drops to about 25% of what it was. So at least we used to have a reasonable shot at providing the community facilities that were needed, the childcare centers and the community centers, the parks and the playgrounds and all that sort of thing. That's all out the window now. We're just getting this crazy amount of development, and 10, 15, 20 years from now, people are going to say, what the hell happened here? And who was in charge of planning at the time that allowed this to happen? And of course, the answer now is the provincial government. But we just somehow have to figure out a way to get control of the planning process again and make the community understand what's going on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fillion. So Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong has moved the staff recommendations, the preliminary report.
I have an amendment.
Okay, let's put that on the screen first. All righty, it's changed the boundary area. All those in support of the amendment? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Robinson is asked to do a couple of quick items. I believe one of them is 2515 construction staging area, 1408 to 1420 Bayview Avenue. Are you prepared to release that item?
Actually, I'm just going to move it on to council without recommendation. We just have to do a bit more tweaking. So I'd like to move that, not stop the process, but move it on to council without recommendation.
All right, fair enough. All those in favor, it goes to council without recommendation. Opposed? That is carried. Was there another item, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, yes. And I'm sorry, I have a very important 2 o'clock appointment. So I just wanted to dispense of this last item, and that is NY 26.31. It's an application for a fence exemption, and I just want to grant the exemption to the homeowners of 134 Reichert Crescent. So recommendation 2, grant the exemption.
Okay, 2631, 134 Reichert. The councillor is moving, granting the exemption. All those in favor? Favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Robinson, are those your last 2 items? I think they are.
Yes, thank you very much for accommodating those.
Oh, no, you're very welcome. All the best.
I'll stay on till 2.
Okay, great. So next item is 2621, traffic and pedestrian safety measures, Stanley Green neighborhood. And we had 2 speakers. One was
Mr. Chair, don't we still have timed items?
Well, we do have.
I think
we do have economic development is coming. That's a presentation. So I'd like to leave that to the end. Did you want to deal with your fence exemption at 255 Finch Avenue? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Well, that's a timed item. It should go ahead of the others. I assume the person who wants to speak has been waiting for several hours.
No, he joined us very recently. Bruce Shaferi. Yes.
Sure. Well, the item was scheduled for 11:15.
Right. Bruce just joined us very recently, I think. Okay. Anyway, rather than debate the issue, if you'd like to hear this item first, Mr. Shaferi.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Hello, Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear this matter. This is a minor matter before you. and it's just for a fence in our backyard. A variance application for the fence in our backyard that we'd like to be a little bit higher than the regulations allow for. And this is basically for privacy concerns, and also we are taking into consideration the fact that our neighbor seems to not like the fact that we have a dog, and it's a little bit over like she's a bigger dog, and they have kids playing in the backyard, and in the past they have said that they're a little bit afraid of bigger dogs due to, cultural issues and things like that. Different cultures have different perspectives when they comes to animals. So what it really comes down to is just us wanting privacy in our own home. And also we found that by having this fence, we would mitigate any other concerns that the neighbor might have. I have taken the time to go and speak to the neighbor. She, the wife, has not raised any objections to me personally. And that's basically it. I would like to state for the fact that from the date that this was raised to the concern of the city, the fence was already built. 1 year has passed from the date of the build when the city became involved. So that is something else I find that should be taken into consideration. And that is all I have to submit. Thank you very much for taking our application and our consideration and our viewpoints into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bruce, for your deputation. Questions for staff? Deputy Mayor Minna-Wong?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, did we hear from the neighbors about this?
Good afternoon, councillors. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it was through a complaint that was received that the city became involved.
Okay, so they don't support this, right?
We wouldn't be asking that question, councillor. It's just we
fair
became
enough.
involved because we received a complaint with respect to the height.
I can do the mental gymnastics of putting in a complaint and whether they're supportive or not. Can you put up slide number 5? No, page number 5 of the report.
Sorry, councillor, are you asking me to do that or through the clerk?
Maybe the clerk's office can. It's the front of the house. I don't know. Did they hear me? Elena, do you see page 5?
Not yet.
No, that's not it.
But it is up now, so they'll just have to scroll through and or scroll back up. It should be the first.
There you go. That's it. Go down a little bit, just a little bit. Let's see the driveway. Elena, 50% hard surface. Just saying. You might want to check that out now that you can't unsee it.
Thank you, councillor, and through you, Mr. Chair, we are aware of it.
Anyway, that's all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Let's try and deal with one violation at a time. Any other questions for staff? No other questions for staff? Speakers? No speakers?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. So, yeah, it's in my word. So I guess I have to take a position on it. It's one of those borderline things. the picture that Councillor Min Wong just called up was actually had me inclined to refuse the application. However, and it's one of those ones, I could kind of go either way. Nobody has contacted my office about any problems they have with the fence. And because the front of the house is not before us for consideration, I don't have any big problem with the higher fence. The explanation sounded reasonable. I wish it was more attractive, but on balance, kind of on a close call, I'll move that the request be approved.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Any other speakers on the item? Okay. So the motion is on the screen to grant the exemption. All those in favor? Oh, I see a hand there. All those opposed? That is carried. So I think we can go back to item 2621, traffic and pedestrian safety measures, Stanley Green neighborhood. I don't have, oh, wait a minute. We did have deputations on the item. Han Yan? Yeah, Mr.
Yes, Chairman.
Ms. Yan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunities, Mr. Chairman and councilors. I just want to quickly talk about my experience with the Stanley Green community. I've been living here for about 4 years, and Mr. Chairman, I think you're aware of the traffic issue that bothers the whole community during the past few years. And there's news reported by CBC and CTV and also social media about the car accident happened at Lawnview Park Boulevard and the William Duncan Road. And I live on this road, Lawnview Park Boulevard. And what I can tell is I could hear like a vehicle speeding from time to time on this road. And I could hear their engines like rolling very loudly, even when I was talking on the phone. Like my friends on the other end of the line could hear the sound, even with all my windows already closed. And this happened often after dinner. There, in summer, people will go for a walk into the park, Downview Park. So it could be very dangerous, like when people cross and then when, kids cross the street where, where there's the concern of the speeding. And there's also another thing is, to the east side of the Frederick Teasdale Drive, and there are more like stacked townhomes where I would suppose it's more condensed. So there's more families and people living to the east side of the Frederick Teasdale Drive. And then when people would go to the park, we normally go along the Frederick Teasdale Drive and across down through Park Boulevard and then to go into the park. And with more townhomes building in this community, I believe there's more people this is the key access for more and more people to enter the park. However, at this intersection down to Park Boulevard and Frederick Teasdale, this is one example, there's no full sign, stop sign, all stop signs, which I know, Mr. Chairman, you are proposing in this bill. I think that's very good because I do believe that we need all stop sign in this intersection. For now, there's only the vehicles passing along Downview Park. There's no stop sign for them to stop. So I've seen like pedestrians have to always yield to the vehicles, and they have no intention to slow down or like a brake at that intersection. So I would say it's a great idea if we could put more like a stop sign on the big intersections. And also speeding, that would be great. I know that you're thinking about slowing down from 40 to 30 kilometers per hour, and I think that will be very helpful for the community. And also, I've heard twice. I remember like vehicles when vehicles brake, like very silently. I'm not sure there is something, across the street on Downfield Boulevard. I don't think accident happened, but I think that was very dangerous where the vehicle had stopped all of a sudden, and I'm not sure if the vehicle was speeding or something, or somebody was across the street. I'm not sure, but I think if the vehicle could slow down their speed, and they don't really have to break it down, because it was very horrible. Like I could hear like their tires rubbing the road, and it's making very loud sound, and that sounds very dangerous. So I think if they could slow down with lowering the time, the speed, and also putting more stop signs, that would be very helpful. That's my idea. So thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Would you, the traffic situation in Stanley Green now, is it a big concern for the local neighborhood?
I believe so, and I've heard people talking about, on social media as well.
All right. Okay. Well, this is to address it. Any other questions for the deputant? Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Han. Appreciate your comments. Next deputant is Jenya Ferris.
Hi there. Good afternoon.
Hi. How are you? Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Jenya Ferris. I also live on Downsview Park Boulevard in the Stanley Green community. Since we moved here, it's been clear that the entrances that people are taking in and out of the community and the park are extremely unsafe because of the lack of stop signs on the major intersections. There are people with children, people with strollers, with dogs, elderly people at all times of day crossing Downsview Park Boulevard between Downsview Park and the Stanley Green community, and they are having to dodge vehicles. The trouble is not only the fact that they are there's no crosswalk for the people to take safely, but also that the way that the streets are designed, there's reduced visibility due to both the vehicles which are parked along the side of the road and the curvature of the road. It makes it even more important that stop signs, always stop signs, along with pedestrian crosswalks, are added to the intersections that Mr. Pasternak has indicated in this motion. So just speaking in favor of moving forward with these changes to ensure the safety of all of the people in the community, as well as all of the people who are visiting the park from outside of the community. And that's all for me.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ferris. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jenya. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate your advocacy. Questions for staff? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah. Do we have any speed counts for where these stop signs are proposed?
Through the chair, we haven't had the opportunity to do any studies at these locations yet.
Jennifer, do we know what the volumes are?
We don't.
Do we know, have there been any accidents?
There have been some collisions. I know that at Frederick Tisdale and Thomas Mulholland, there have been at least 2 collisions. And then there was also the collision earlier this year that one of the deputies referenced just on Downsview Park Boulevard, where a vehicle flipped over and took down a hydro pole.
Okay. You know, I know you're backed up, but if the councillor wanted to make this a priority, you could do those studies and bring them back to us, yeah?
Through the chair, it would take some time because, like you said, the studies are backed up, but it could be looked at and then reported back on.
Okay, and in the normal course, you usually, before putting in like stop signs or speed bumps or anything like that, it generally makes sense to do the study to see if they're warranted, doesn't it?
Typically, we would do the studies. When the subdivision was approved, these locations weren't identified as needing stop signs. It's been since the development has been built and residents have started moving in that we began receiving requests for these measures, also to facilitate access to the park across the street.
If the community council gave you a direction in terms of a date, like we said we wanted it back by, let's say, November, could you work with that?
I would have to check to confirm. I don't know that November would be realistic because we've just resumed our traffic studies. I don't know if my colleague Bruce is on the call. Maybe he can add something to that.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, it would involve, we have hundreds of studies on the go right now, so anything is possible, Councillor. It would mean we would have to have the report done in a couple of weeks, though. So I would say it was unlikely that we could get it for November.
To make November.
November, we would have to put a rush on it, that's for sure, to get all the studies
What about January?
Probably January is more realistic that we could, if requested by community council, we could do for January.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Anyone, any other councillors' questions for staff before I have my questions? So, normally I would ask for a study. These are federal lands, and it was my understanding that all the federal government was looking for was our approval, and the rest would be their responsibility, any kind of infrastructure, signage, studies. And this is the exact same way we approved the original set of stop signs and other safety provisions in the development because it was unassumed roads. Have things changed since we brought the original set of recommendations without studies?
No. Nothing. Sorry, community council
go ahead,
Bruce. The authority here to put the controls in. So that's ultimately the final say. It doesn't preclude us from doing traffic studies. They are unassumed roads, so the implementation is a little bit different because any physical changes are not under the city's jurisdiction. However, this does implement a bylaw to make this enforceable. So that's why that's the city's involvement part of it. So I guess bottom line is we can do studies. However, ultimately it's community council's decision to get this done.
You know, it was my understanding that because these are unassumed roads, that all we had to do was give our approval for these measures, and the rest would be up to the federal government.
Yeah, you are correct, Councillor. The installation of the signs, what we're doing today is just making the stop signs legal and enforceable by passing a bill. So what you're doing today is perfectly appropriate. However, if more information is required, we can do traffic studies even though they're unassumed roads. But you're right, it is the developer's responsibility still to do the sign installation.
Authorizing all-way compulsory stops without a study, if I had known it was required, my understanding was, and I keep repeating myself, my understanding was that these are unassumed roads, and all we had to do from a regulatory point of view was give our approval that they could proceed.
But you are correct, Councillor. I'm just saying there is the opportunity to do studies and apply warrants. that we can do that as city staff on unassumed roads if they've been dedicated as public highways. So we can do that. But bottom line is this will take time, and the ultimate decision still has to come through community council.
Okay, I think there was a disconnect because when this development first came to community council, there were no studies for the original stop signs and pedestrian safety measures. They went through without studies, and this was almost identical to the original motion that was passed by community council. Is that a correct assumption?
That is correct. That's how it was done previously at the existing speed limits and the existing all-way stop in this community. So it's appropriate again to do it that way. Traffic studies are possible, as I say, by staff to give you some more of an educated decision here, but it doesn't have to be done. And ultimately it's the developer who will do the sign installation.
Okay, all right. And then once we give our approval, then the federal government makes its decisions on its budgeting, its costs, its implementation, as they are unassumed roads.
Correct.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, it looked like you were going to ask another set of questions. I don't mind.
Oh, I just think it's an unusual arrangement to be signing. Well, we don't get a lot of unassumed roads in North York. And I'm just wondering if there are any legal implications to, like, I know we don't need a report on any street to put up a stop sign. You could just do it by council motion. And this is what Councillor Pasternak tries to do from time to time. But are there any legal implications to us putting up things like that on unassumed roads? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we have consulted with legal on this, and we're just following the same thing that was done in 2018. And legal has advised us to make these enforceable. That's why we need community council approval. To be honest, the developer could have done this years ago. We're making it enforceable.
Okay. Can you put me down to speak, James?
Yes. Any other questions for staff? No? Okay. Deputy Mayor, you want to speak on the item?
Yeah. I gave the clerk a motion. I'm not sure she's ready with it yet. Yeah, so the consideration of this item be deferred until the January 2022 meeting of North York Community Council and request studies on the streets mentioned in the report. Look, if there are problems, let's find out about them. I mean, it is a problem for me to support, and I understand that the local councilor is concerned about the views of his residents, but the practice of this committee, and I don't want to go away from the practice because then we go down a slippery slope, is for councilors to come without any data, without information, without any accident reports, speed counts or volume counts, to put it on the agenda and just ask that it be rubber stamped. And that's not what this committee is supposed to do. We're supposed to take the reports, and if staff recommend it, we could agree with them or disagree with them. But at least we see the speed, volume counts, and accidents, and we can actually make an informed, rational decision. What we do know is almost on every street, people want, traffic stop signs and speed bumps on their street while they wouldn't want it on others. And it's just in some way, sometimes it's warranted, sometimes it's emotional. But I'd like to sort of cut through that and see what the data yields. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for that in January. It's going to come faster than we think. And then if it's warranted, I'll support them. And if it's not warranted, I probably won't support them. But I just think that we don't need to kind of create these arrangements where we're making decisions without any documents in front of us, save and except for a thin piece of paper from the local councillor who's trying to do what his residents want, but it's still a one-page thin piece of paper. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other speakers on the item other than me? So the only reason this isn't asking for studies on these stop signs was it was the impression of our office that we could proceed to give community council approval because these were unassumed roads and then pass it off to the federal government to incur the implementation process and the costs. I haven't brought a stop sign to this community council without requesting a study first in probably about 4 years, certainly not this term. And I do believe it's necessary. My understanding was that in this case, it wasn't necessary. So that's why it's here. This was almost a carbon copy of a motion that was brought by former Councillor Maria Jamari in almost the exact same way. It had no resistance from Community Council. It was adopted because the development was being built. It needed some traffic control measures, and it was adopted and passed. I was really doing the same thing, that this is a problematic development, which has had a series of problems over the years. It's come to this council on numerous different issues, such as parking, such as water pressure, such as fire safety, and so forth. And this is another one where it's traffic calming. So that's why it's here. It's not to skirt any kind of it's not to create any kind of shortcuts. It is an urgent situation, but it's not to take any shortcuts. I believe we approved 2 stop signs in Councillor Cole's ward a couple of months ago where a little girl was hit. We approved them without studies. It just seems now all of a sudden it's sort of bogged down. So I don't think this community can wait because they've been waiting for many years. These problems predate me. And we said we would get it done. We worked closely with staff on drafting this. This wasn't written on the back of a napkin. And I believe at the end of the day, these stop controls will go in there. If you knew that neighborhood, you would agree with this right away. So I support what's before us. It went on the best advice we had, and the community is very concerned about the number of collisions and accidents that occur in such a small confined space. So I urge your support, and I don't support deferral. Any other speakers? Okay, well, I guess it's time to vote. If we can put the first motion on the deferral, we'll go first. All those in favor of deferral? Opposed? It loses on a tie. On the motion itself, I'd like to break it up into the four-way stops, a single vote on the four-way stops, and then on the speed reductions. So on the four-way stops, all those in favor? Opposed? Loses on a tie. On the speed reductions?
James, do you want to reopen? Sorry, James, you have the, I would support a reopening on that to bring it back in January since you lost on a tie.
My question to you is why would we bring it back in January? Why don't we bring it back by year end?
I don't want to relitigate it right now. I'm just saying that you have an option to bring it back in January, which I will support, and you'll get your way. But this way, you get nothing. I'm just trying to help you out. Say no. I'm
Okay.
just trying to help you out.
No, I understand what you're doing. Okay, so let's defer number 1 to January. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay, that carries. And can we do the speed limits now? We reduce the speed limits, give the community something. All those in favor? Opposed? I think that carried. A lot of hands went up with just 4 people. I think that carried. All right, so that item's done. The all-way stops are deferred to January. The speed limits are adopted. Now, according to my notes here, we have one more item, and we have requested and I don't even know what its history is, a presentation from Economic Development and Culture on initiatives in North York. And I believe this is a 10-minute presentation. I'm not sure whether we still have staff here.
Can we just move receipt of the, I'll move receipt. We're late. I'll move receipt.
I don't know.
Denzel, that's just not okay.
They waited.
Had staff waiting here for
have you?
hours.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think we could do
We
that
didn't
to
want
them.
we should have deferred it earlier if we thought we were going to run out of time.
Yeah, no, they worked on this, and I think in all due respect, we should listen. I believe it's...
Unless,
I hope economic development can read the room, though.
unless the staff would prefer to defer it, but we need to be courteous to the staff. If they'd prefer to defer it where we have more counselors and greater attention span, let's leave that to them.
And we could put it on as the first item at the next meeting.
Yes, I would agree. Because it's a deferred item, we would put it at the top of the agenda. But it's up to staff. If they want to do it now, it's up to the will of the...
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Cheryl Blackman, Interim General Manager for Economic Development and Culture. Happy to defer the item so that it appears first at your next meeting so that we have the entire council committee available. Happy to do that.
Thank you for your patience, Cheryl.
Yeah, Cheryl.
My pleasure.
I do apologize. I did not think the meeting would go this long, and I did not think we would lose some of our counselors. But we do promise we will put it at the top of the agenda for our next meeting.
It's our pleasure to be here to give you this information. Happy to move it to the next meeting to give you guys a break, because I realize we haven't had a lunch either yet today.
Okay, all right. Someone want to move deferral to the next meeting? Move my Deputy Mayor Mena Wong. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Cheryl, thank you very much for your patience, and we will make it up to you in the next meeting.
No problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Have a good afternoon, all.
Yeah, you too. All right.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cole.
I've just been informed by clerk that I just have to make a technical amendment to the wording I had for my motion in regards to 26.8. I think the clerk's got it ready.
So that's fine, Councillor Cole. I'll move reconsideration. And we'll put the amendment on the screen. All right. All those
just proper wording. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. All those in favor of the amendment, the deferral motion. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? None. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to do the bills. Don't run away, anyone. Councillor Cole, do you want to do the bills? It's on the screen.
Sure. Okay, I move that North York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills 707 to 712 prepared for the September 13th, 2021 meeting 26 of the Community Council. I so move.
Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. One more. Councillor Fillion, confirmatory bill.
At the North York Community Council that the North York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the North York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 26 on September 13th, 2021.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Well, that concludes our business for today. Thank you very much, councillors, members of committee, our clerk staff, our IT staff, members of the public and deputants who participated. Enjoy I think there's one week left of summer. Enjoy that, and we'll see you at the next meeting. Take care and be safe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, staff.